Good evening, good evening, good evening. Welcome back to The Real Precious. Thank you guys so much for being here. Another Wednesday night, another live. We're going to get into it. We have a few videos this evening. So definitely hit that like button on your way in. Hit the like button on your way in. Hit the like button on your way in. Not only do you hit the like button, hit that subscribe button so you know when we're going live. And I am going to pin the link to my new channel, Precious Gems. So definitely follow that as well. It's just shorter clips of these lives because I know they can be quite long. So there's shorter clips of these lives on that channel. So definitely subscribe to that channel as well. And tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. Okay. All right. So before we get started, gentlemen, how are you doing this evening?
Yo, I am good. Good day of work. Midweek hump day, so can't, no complaints. I had to tap in with my guy R Paid on Monday. Had a good time on his show. And yeah, I'm here now and hopefully everybody good.
All right. All right.
Yeah, everything's cool. It's funny. I did this reaction video to this lady in Walmart. Not Walmart, Amazon. She got kicked out. She got trespassed because she came in on the wrong day. By the end of the video, man, I'm like kind of misty-eyed, man, because I really felt sorry for this woman. I thought it was gonna be a typical, black woman thing and shit, not being belligerent, but she was really in some kind of trouble because she was not understanding what kind of predicament she was in. And the cop, she was, I think she was on some kind of meds, and the cop saved her.
The Amazon worker, you said?
Yeah, the Amazon worker.
Yeah,
man. I would say, man, I hope somebody loves that woman, man, because she was I said, holy shit, baby, God me. But anyway, that's another
break into Amazon, or she worked there?
No. She worked there. She came on the wrong day, and her supervisor said, you can't be here on the wrong day, and she wouldn't leave.
Yeah, she said on her schedule it showed that she was.
But she was just staring at the screen, Frank. I don't think she was looking at anything.
Yeah, remember she kept saying it like I'm supposed to be here. But the supervisor's like, no, that changed. So you're not supposed to be here.
Yeah, well, you can go on my channel and I can give you a link to that video. I'll put it in the back chat. It was something. It was not that long either, but it was something.
You did a live or you did a regular reaction?
No, actually, I did it. Did I do it? I might have did it live. I'm not sure. I fool around live all the time now, man. Just off hours, man. I'm just fooling around, man. Just chomping it up, man. That's it. Maybe one day I might even actually be a YouTuber.
We know you're a music producer, so at YouTube.
Oh no! Hey, listen, y'all should go listen to my volume 6. It's pretty good.
And the Grammy goes too.
Okay. I blew my Academy Award because when they made the prostitute movie, I think my record was better than what's that? It's Hard Out There for a Pimp. I think the one I wrote was better than that. That won an Academy Award.
When you're trying to get the money for the rain.
And you gotta think high. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The whole
sing it like you're supposed to sing.
I said it's hard out here.
Man. Oh yeah, just slap you right. Sing it right.
Eat the cake. All right, y'all.
That was a decent movie, though.
Thank you. It was a decent movie. Thank you guys so much for being here. I see Fish in a Fit in the chat. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to you. Well, Tarika.
Mandrell, what's up with Mandrell?
Mandrell's in the chat.
Yeah, for a second. His wife let him come out to play.
Hey everyone, Mandrell got married. Congratulations!
That's old news now.
Please hit that like button as you come in. Hit that like button as you come in. Marriage, politics, and sports. Our pain is in the chat. Good evening, all. So is Champ Talk Reactions. Hit that like button on the way in, guys. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. It's going to be a great show tonight. We're going to start off with just an icebreaker, kind of get us talking, flowing. I saw this video. Y'all know I like to play the dear Zach and Cody or whoever his his co-host is. But these are real people who call in with their real issues, and I wanted to get you guys' perspective because it is a couple, it is a woman calling in about her husband and how he doesn't mind planning trips with his boys, but has a hard time planning a trip with her. So we're gonna get into it.
Zach, I'm gonna just get straight to it. My husband got 3 guys trips lined up this year.
Hold on, there we go.
Miami, Houston, and some cabin trip in the woods. He got time, energy, money, and all the excitement in the world when it comes to his friends. But every time I bring up us taking a little vacation, even just for a weekend getaway, he act like I'm asking for the moon. All of a sudden, he tired, work, he's busy, and we got bills. Like, huh? You got gas and flight money for your boys, but not even a room and dinner for your wife. So I'm asking y'all, is that a red flag or am I tripping? Why he always got time for everybody but me? Is he bored of me or is he hiding something? Help me out.
Is he bored of her or is he hiding something? So he got 3 trips planned. Okay, 3 trips. She asked him, hey, let's get away for the weekend, and mum's the word. So as men, what do you guys think is going on and the reason why
I'll go first.
he doesn't want to go out of town with his wife?
So first of all, we got to get away from the jargon. Is that a red flag? They're way past red flag. They're in the danger zone.
Oh,
they're in the danger zone.
Right.
There's an issue, and I think her issue is how she can she needs to find a way to reach him other than using cliches like red flags. And she got to say something to him that's definitive. Listen, this is not working the way it is. You can't have all these trips. You're spending money. You're going out with your friends. You don't even have to worry if he's cheating or anything like that. It's just not right. Now I can see if she was saying, "Well, I want to have girls trips." If you have boys trips, but she's not even saying that. She said she wants to hang out with him and he won't do it, and that's a problem. That's a big problem. It's not just a red flag. It's a problem. It's already a problem.
Yeah, I agree with our pain in this matter. It's in the danger zone. He don't like her. He likes his friends a little better.
Yeah.
Now, in this day and age,
Might want
we
to
don't
get
know
an
what that
HIV
could
test,
mean.
too.
Yeah, we don't know what that means. They're going in the woods. Miami, Miami got a little reputation. Houston, hey. So
did anybody bring a banjo? You know what I'm saying?
So he got his priorities in the wrong places.
Yeah, they get that one with the banjo.
But
What's the name of that we're doing Burt Reynolds when they went into the Appalachian Mountains? Yeah, I forgot the
Brokeback Mountain.
Oh, it was called
Burt Reynolds was in that?
It's an old movie, but it was pretty good.
Okay. But they're in the danger zone.
Yeah, they got in the danger zone.
Yeah, man. She, I agree with well, I got JT, man. Number one, I think that it is not just a red flag, it is a problem. I do think that it could be that she is born. So I agree with JT in the chat on that. But I definitely think, when you only hang out with your boys, you only want to do trips with your boys, and you don't want to do anything with your girl, then that's just that's crazy as hell to me. I mean, at least, what I'm saying, I know some people, they might not be planners, they may not be, the planner. Your girl might be like, yo, we gonna do this, or I'm thinking about doing this around this time, let's hook this up. So he might not be the planner, and she might pull up that portion of the relationship for him, because that might just be where he lacking. But when she planning it and she's hooking all these things up, and then you're just like, I don't know, I'm tired, I don't feel like it today, and all of that. But then as soon as your boys call you like, oh no, I got all the energy in the world, dog. It's like, yeah, you're seeming a little fishy, man. You swimming
Frank,
up the
you
wrong
brought up
alley.
a good point. maybe his boys are planning the trips and he's just tagging along, and his wife is asking him to plan something that ain't his forte.
Oh,
So
no.
Nah, but
not excusing,
uh-huh.
his actions, because right, they're in turmoil.
Yeah.
That's just a fact. But the point that you made when you said, well, he maybe he don't know how to plan, I was like, I never thought of about that.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
a
because
possibility.
some people aren't the best at doing the logistical stuff, you know what I'm saying? So they might not be the one who planned the trips in the family and all of that. Like your girl might come and be like, yo, I got 3 different ideas for trips this year for us. Like, what you want to do? You know what I'm saying? Which one sounds the best to you? Because she knows, like, yo, I'm gonna handle the logistical stuff. That way, he don't got to worry about it. He's good at doing these other things, whatever that is. And so but when you don't ever hang out with your girl and you don't ever want to do nothing with your girl, then that's an issue. You know what I'm saying? That's an issue for sure. What
And
you
they
think?
say, is it a wife?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's even worse.
Yeah.
Man.
I just wonder if, but before I was about to say, I just wonder if it was this way when they were dating,
Right.
and if she married him and it was this way while they were dating, she has nobody but to blame but herself. But he's wild. That's definitely crazy.
Yeah, you guys were saying how he may not be a good planner. And one thing women do like men to do is plan things, right? So that should be a conversation because women like that men have you have a plan for your life. You have a plan what you're going to do on a day-to-day basis. You have a plan, 3 to 5 to 10 years from now. Most men do. So if that is the case, then that should definitely be a conversation. Because then the woman will think, okay, what's wrong? Like, you can go out with all these other people, but when it comes to me, there's an issue, there's a problem. So if that is a problem, then that has to be discussed because a woman is going to expect a man to plan something. Like you said, what was it like when they were dating? Did he plan dates? Did he plan romantic, getaways or, intimacy time? Like what was it looking like? Because how do we get here?
Right to
Well,
nothing.
Always go out
yeah.
with his boys.
Again, the first statement I made, I still stand on. He don't like her, and
Mm.
that's an issue that needs to be addressed. To your point, Precious, but the it's very obvious he likes his friends over her.
What would you say in that situation?
Who, me
Cool.
or
Yeah. You, Sean, what would you say in that
in that
situation?
situation where I don't like I would have to address it. Like, yo, I would say that I don't like you anymore. And this is what and why I would try to explain. And maybe we can rekindle what I did like about him.
You think she would be receptive to you saying, I don't like you no more? Like
Depends on her
in that
emotional
way?
maturity. It depends on her emotional maturity. If we're able to have the conversation, I would hope that we're able to speak through it, and she doesn't take it offensively, the truth that I'm sharing with her, because it'll go back to that moment that I share with a lot of women. You'll be happier if a man just lie to you, if he just tell you what he
Mm-hmm.
wants you to hear. And unfortunately, that's the reality with a lot of people.
Pain, how would you handle it? What would you say to her? You muted.
First thing, I'll never tell my wife I don't like you. I wouldn't say that.
Sean is a wild dude.
But I mean, I would tell if I was the perpetrator and she wanted to talk, if I thought, if I was doing that and she came to me and said, "Hey, listen, I got a problem with that," we would talk it out. But I don't know, man. My personality was never like I would say, "Listen, man, you're an ungrateful little snot, man. I'm doing all this stuff. I should be able to hang out the way I want to." I mean, I was never that kind of guy. So if she brought it up, I would handle it.
Okay.
If she didn't bring it up, it's a chance that I'm oblivious to the fact that she has a problem. That's why I always tell my wife, if you got a problem, you got to say it, because I'm not even trying to read your mind.
Right.
Yeah.
You know,
And Payne,
so,
to your point, you don't have to say it. You're showing it. It's very clear and evident. You're going with your guys. That's my point of view. You're not saying it as part of the issue. You're sitting there doing all and acting on these things, and you're just going out and not having any type of intention on telling her why you're doing these things. And when she questions it in this story, he's mum. So
yeah.
that has a lot,
Mm.
Reflection on him. That's why I would say
Yeah,
it. Not,
I forgot that piece. She did mention it to him. Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah,
And
he's
and,
not.
and and to the point, I'm not saying that would be my immediate. I probably would have already tried to express some of this what was going on as it was transitioning to the point where at some standpoint I would be like, yo, I just don't like you. I've said that to um some of my exes, like, yo, I like who
Okay.
you were, I don't like who you are.
Yeah. Now.
Hey, hey, Precious, I gotta ask you. Your man tell you, yo, I don't like you. How you like Sean said it in, not the second time, but the first time. Like he said it the first time. I don't like you. Maybe we could get back to me liking you, but right now I just don't like you. How you taking that?
Yeah, I want to hear this.
My first question would be, when did you start to feel this way?
Mm.
When did you start feeling like you didn't like me? Because there are a lot of life changes that can happen where naturally sometimes men, let's just say, we're married. Let's just say I had a baby maybe a year ago or 2 years ago, and I'm not acting the same. There are things that maybe I'm doing that might annoy you, unbeknownst to me, taking care of a child and taking care of you. And, maybe I got a new position at the job. A lot of things can happen. Real life situations can happen that can affect someone's behavior and the way that someone is receiving that behavior. And they may not like receiving that type of. And so I would want to know, when did these feelings start? Because now I like to, get down to the root of things. Like, you may not like me today, but you had to start not liking me at some point. And I want to know, when did that start? What have I done for you to not like me, and what can I do to get back in the space of us having that mutual likeness and respect for one another? I think that, the communication piece is important. I think in this situation, and I'm sorry, JC, good evening. Thank you so much for joining the panel.
Hello.
I think a lot of times, because I've seen a lot, I look for these clips for the shows and things of that nature, and we're scrolling and we're on this platform and on that platform. And one night I was in the Instagram algorithm of divorce court, and not divorce court when Judge Lynn Toller was on there. Now it's I forget her name. I forget her name. It's not Judge Lynn Toller anymore, but it's someone else who does divorce court. And there were a lot of men. A lot of the clips that I saw were men not necessarily that were not happy with their wives anymore. And a lot of the times it was he really didn't say anything to her. This one woman was saying how she would come in the room either in lingerie or no clothes on or whatever, and her man don't have nothing to say to her, not trying to, do, just very distant. And, there is no explanation. And I think a lot of the times men will show you better than they can tell you, but women are emotional. And so women do need those words from men, whether we like it or not. Y'all say we can't handle the truth. And in most cases, a lot of women can't. But you do need to tell her the truth, because that frees you up of any you know it frees you up of the accountability that you're taking for yourself in the situation, because it takes two to tango. You could stop talking to me and we're still in this relationship, and it could be stale, it could be going through emotions. But if you have an issue, you need to speak up. Just like women, if a woman has an issue, she needs to speak up. It can't be we living in the same house, we're married, we do life together, yet we're just going through the motions and we're not really communicating about it. That doesn't make any sense. However, it happens daily in relationships. And a lot of people will say, oh, well, they can see by my actions that, something's wrong with me and X, Y, and Z. And it's like, no one wants, like Arpain was saying, he doesn't want to read his wife's mind. And his wife doesn't want to read his mind. Yes, you want to anticipate his needs, but that doesn't mean reading his mind. So you have to communicate when things are a little off, because you both can feel it. Women can probably feel it a little sooner than men. And I could be wrong in saying that too. Men can feel when things are off. And so it needs to be a conversation, because if it's not a conversation, then it leads both of your minds to wandering, right? If you're moving, if you're not speaking to your wife, then your attention, your resources, your communications, those are probably going to drift elsewhere. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be a person. You could now work more. You're now picking up mad shifts. And it's like, whoa, hold on now. I never see you. Or it could be a person. You picking up them shifts could now, be an active aid in you feeling fondly for someone else.
Finding a work wife, a work husband.
Exactly. So, you have to be able to communicate those things, because if not, then that's where, your mind is wandering, temptation can seep in, and you have to nip those things in the bud. And a lot of people let, time accrue in the middle, and then you don't know where to pick up the pieces and, start to repair the relationship.
That judge that you was talking about is Faith Jenkins or Star Jones. They both
Star Jones.
Yeah, they both
what's up, Third? So you probably got to play the video again, Carl.
I will. I'll run it again because JT got here and then Coach Ferg got here. So,
hey, listen, if they're in Atlanta, she needs to go get AIDS tested.
Oh God.
Damn.
Okay. All right.
Let's
run it back.
No, it's real.
Dear Leon and Zach, I'm going to just get straight to it. My husband got 3 guys trips lined up this year. Miami, Houston, and some cabin trip in the woods. He got time, energy, money, and all the excitement in the world when it comes to his friends. But every time I bring up us taking a little vacation, even just for a weekend getaway, he act like I'm asking for the moon. All of a sudden, he tired, work, he's busy, and we got bills. Like, huh? You got gas and flight money for your boys, but not even a room and dinner for your wife. So I'm asking y'all, is that a red flag or am I tripping? Why he always got time for everybody but me? Is he bored of me or is he hiding something? Help me out.
Ayodame. He said, help me. So what you think, JC, Coach Ferg? What do y'all think is going on?
like I said in that,
and not with his wife.
Like I said in the comment, there's a lie in that letter.
Okay.
There's no way. So first and foremost, she called it a vacation. I don't want to go on a vacation. I don't want to do these things that they call couples. What is that shit they used to say? Couples
couple goals.
Couple
Retreat.
goals and
Retreats.
all these different things.
Well, hedonism trip.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Vacations and couples goals and relationship goals and things like that. Secondly, if that man has already had those lined up, it sounds like she has some jealousy. Can't tell me that man has not been on any trips with that woman. I'm telling you right now, there's a lie in there. There's always, every time when a woman tells her story, it sounds like this man just don't care about her. But as soon as you get that man, if he got a chance to say his side of the story, I guarantee you have to peel the layers back. There's no way that is just what it is, what she's saying it is. 3 trips? And none of you, and you married to this man? Come on, man. No.
So are you saying that they have gone on trips, but she's taken it to the extreme because he has 3 lined up with his boys.
Yes. Guarantee. When we have these trips, it sounds like the trips that he have, those trips are where they have to set those trips up before time.
Right?
Before time. And for the most of us, unless this man is rich, 3 trips, them trips have to be planned and budgeted out. It sounds, if it was a girlfriend, I understand. I say, nah, it can happen. But if they're living in the same household with each other, there's a lie in that letter that she's saying. I'm telling you, it's always, you only got her side. And then she's taking this to so much of the extreme of telling strangers, writing a letter that this man is going. I'm telling you, there's some jealousy there. I don't trust when these women do this shit.
Listen. Okay.
I'm gonna end it with this one. And if it is the case, he don't like going on trips with you. You're boring. You probably talk too much. You want to get up and we want to go on a vacation. You're probably getting your ass up, trying to get up at 4:00 in the morning so we can go on these stupid ass excursions that cost for working.
Come on, JT, man.
To the hotel room until 7:00 in the afternoon. 40 minutes so we can go on this stupid ass dinner that you're gonna go with this expensive ass.
JT, stop, man. What you having flashbacks?
JT went on a vacation from hell.
He's like, fuck this. That man, like, man, listen. This is work.
She woke my guy JT up at 5:30 in the morning. JT, come on, talk about you ready to go.
Now I gotta go back home so I can take a vacation from this shit. I'm gonna take a vacation from the vacation.
Oh, shit. Man, this is wild, JT, man. Listen, man, I'm gonna say this, because I'm sort of a part of this little situation that just based off the video. Listen, let's just say I grew up with y'all from 5th grade, right? We've been tight, college, everything. Let me tell y'all ninjas something. Y'all niggas gonna get one trip out of me every 2-3 years. I'm not ready to go nowhere, no log cabin with you musty draws, motherfuckers, man. 3 times a year? What are we doing? Listen, hold up. JT, we gonna come over, we gonna come to your crib and watch the Detroit Lions play and shit, football night. Guess what? I'm gonna take my ass home after the game.
Yeah.
Frank, I'm gonna come watch the boxing match, pay-per-view with you. Guess what? After the game, I'm taking my ass home. R-Pain, listen, football, sports, Sean, I don't know, we'll watch the Grammys with you and shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going home after the, you know what I'm saying? So,
Hey, pause. Hey, pause, because Sean, you and Sean, y'all banning, y'all boycotting the Grammys. What y'all doing together?
Oh, man.
But listen, man, just going by the letter, you know what I'm saying? She could be leaving out a lot, but if her husband is doing all of this, listen, man, R-Pain already said, I heard him say it, man, listen, man, you should be getting tested every 6 months. If your man or partner or girlfriend is moving like that in your relationship, you the fool. Is all I'm saying.
So, Coach, this is what I'm saying, and it's not. I'm not pulling from my own anecdote, y'all. I'm just
messing with the way you was going in.
Observation, and then listening to the letter, right? Listening to the places that he goes. I'm telling you, these things are something that's done where these guys do this shit either yearly or something like that.
JT, hold up. We ain't going to no log cabins for no 3 or 4 days.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Dudes have different things what they do. So he said Florida, right? They said Florida. You know what?
Miami,
you know what most of these dudes do when they go there? They go golfing, right? Then they said camping and then fishing. A lot of these dudes have boats. Listen what I'm telling you.
I was with you for a second, but you said golfing in Florida? Hell no.
Yes. Depending on what age they are, a lot of these dudes go on golfing trips with their friends.
Okay, I can get that.
You know they have a club in Miami with a big bed that Puffy was laying on.
Unless you have some friends that do fit, I'm telling you, I know some fanatics. They fish all the time. Yeah. And when you're talking about the whole camping, and like what she's saying, I'm like, y'all go on trips. It's just that shit is etched out. I'm telling you, if she's saying it, she's only giving half of the story. But what I can tell you is that shit that's a yearly thing that man is doing.
So JT, you verified Miami, you verified the cabin. What's in Houston? Help me understand this.
It could be another. Houston. Those dudes are. Well, no, you said Houston. Not.
You ain't got nothing to say but the hoes in Houston.
It's the hoes. It's the hoes in Houston.
That's really in Miami. He going there for BBLs and golf. If you gonna say that, he going for BBLs because they all down the strip. You know that.
I'm just saying, this is what I'm saying, because I'm not a fish fanatic. If I'm going camping, it will be with my lady, right?
Exactly.
But what I'm saying is the letter itself. Let's just speak to what she's saying. That lady line, y'all.
Yeah, but you had your own thing too, right?
You came in here and wrote your own letter, man. You woke me up at 5:30 on Monday, 7:30 on Tuesday.
Think about it. If they're going on trips, and she set up and said she want to go on a trip, and he's just saying no. It's something really deep about why he don't want to go on these trips with her, and he got these other 3 trips.
Yeah, you're right. It's something really deep. Pause.
Oh my God.
Could be the hoes.
See, I don't usually go there, but I'm only stuck on this because they had an SUV episode where these 5 brothers, not brothers, but black men, they used to plan trips with each other. And this is when it became real famous to say you're on the down low because Finn charged one of those guys up. He said, "You guys are sleeping with each other." He said, the guy said, "No, I ain't no F, that." And he says, "Well, I don't care whether, so why you don't wear a condom?" He said, "Well, if you bring a condom, then you act like you're really doing it." So these dudes were like all executives, and they were banging each other out,
That's
it was called on the down. It was one of the most famous episodes of SUV because that's when they started talking about the down low on a real grand scale.
Oh, you talking about SVU? You said SUV. I'm thinking you talking about
damn car. I'm talking about a car.
I'm not even drinking SVU. Yeah.
Hey, man,
so that's what let me tell you, when he said he's so excited about going with his boys on these trips in these remote areas.
Man, come on.
Why would he say that? I thought he was talking about dudes that had was in a truck club. Everybody got Tahoes.
That's what I was about to say. I was gonna say even with like the guys in my frat, like my chapter brothers and shall I say, like normally once a year they'd be like, yo, there's a picnic happening here. Yeah, let's see if we can all meet up there. But at a Greek picnic, there's gonna be women around and you can have a good time. You can dibble and dabble. But you know what I'm saying? You going there for the ambiance. You're going there to have fun and a good time. You're not going there to just be with the fellas. Now,
with the fellas in a cabin.
If you're going to Vegas, y'all going to go gamble or something like that or whatever for a couple days, cool. I got you. But when you talking about 3 planned trips a year, that's wild, man.
So
and you don't plan one with your woman,
right? So that's why I'm like, that's what
JT, you former military.
Answer the question, JT. Suppose she's not lying. Suppose she's not lying.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so
I'm saying, yeah. So if she's not lying, then I mean the answer is that
Come on, man.
he don't like being with you like that. He don't like told you.
That ain't what you want. That ain't what you want to say, JT. That ain't the JT I know. JT is like, yo, if you plan for the other side, why you even in this conversation?
He trying to hold on to his
He trying to
ministry.
hold on
He
to
hold
it,
on. He
no.
hold that shit like, hey, no, he ain't doing it. Yeah,
That's
okay.
a lot of trips, man, and not one with your woman. So I mean, that's the only one I can go with is that like you gotta stop when y'all go on the trips. Waking this nigga up at 4 o'clock in the morning to be all on the excursions until 7 in the evening.
First of all,
I don't know, man.
they wearing each other's underwear on those trips, man. They doing too much. Listen, man. Hey, man. Listen. Listen. JT, you military like me. It's hard to sleep with another dude in that damn tent you next to when you lay it down.
Oh my God!
Ain't nobody sleeping in no tents.
But what I'm saying is,
I'm sleeping with my woman. I'm not going on no damn camping trip and sleeping in no tent with no dude.
He talking about when you was in the military.
Yeah, but JT, what I'm saying is that's as closest to a man you gonna get out in the woods.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You feel what I'm saying?
No man's drawers or no man's feet. I don't want.
But JT, if we got 3 hot spots where we know it's flashy, everybody out there doing whatever, man, these dudes ain't even they self that they left home with. They somebody else when they get there.
Yeah,
his name
that's
is
true.
probably Shay when he get out there. And,
that's funny.
man,
I don't want to see no man's feet, man. I tell you what, man. If I see guys with those sandals on,
it's over with.
Put some socks on, man. I don't want to see those feet, man. I can't stand looking at no goddamn man's feet, man.
I paint old. They wear dress socks with their sandals.
Yeah, he got the dress
socks. He wear dress socks with sandals.
Yeah, that's right.
If you wearing feet thongs,
you better have some slides.
You wear socks to the beach, don't you?
No, I don't. But I can look at my own feet. I don't want to look at no other man's feet.
Miss Precious, what you think though? What you think if your man was playing in 3 trips, not with you, but with his partners all year, and then you ask him to go on a trip and he say, "Well, baby, I ain't got time for that right now." What you on?
And look, I mean, listening to y'all talk, I'm guessing she's thinking like a red flag or him hiding something could be him like being in the closet. I wasn't even thinking about that.
He ain't in the closet. He out that motherfucker.
But I would have an issue with it. Because you know what the day-to-day life is like, and you gonna go on 3 trips with your boys and not me. Like,
yeah,
I definitely would have an issue with it. How I would handle it, I don't know. We would have to have a conversation. Initially though, it would rise it would make some concerns rise, like our pain said, like and I know we were, but it's like you gonna have to get tested because you going too many places without me, and then you coming back having sex with me, like that can't like, and if you're not doing anything, then you have no problem with getting tested. You have no problem, because it's like, what are you bringing back to me? Like, men are going to be men. Let's keep it real, right? Men are going to be men. So whether you're having sex with another man or a woman, or you may slip up, you might have a drunk night, you might like.
Hold on, Precious. A man, that ain't a man being a man having sex with another man, though. That's.
I thought, no, there he go. There he go.
He's back. JT is back in the building. Who was that imposter we had on here?
Some other weirdo right
there. Nature is to have sex. Who he have it with is another story. Okay.
Well, that's why homosexuals are, for a lot of people, they're so repulsive, especially the men. Because when it's two men, there's no governor. When it's men and women, women have a natural governor. For the time of the month, this and that. But when two men are at it, they don't have no sexual governor, man.
Yeah.
Everything goes. That's why that's so.
I've never.
And there is no.
How do we know all this? I never even. Where did that come from?
Because
it comes from a man to know.
The nature of a man, right? If the reason why we don't have sex with women every day is because they got natural governors. Some of them, for the most part.
Yeah.
But men, there's no such natural governor. No.
And let's just take out.
There is no look to the DL man. Believe me.
And I was gonna say, let's just take out the DL.
Oh, he's DL. Like, no, you don't know. Believe me. I've heard some things in the last couple of weeks, and I was like,
and that's the number one killer of women, of giving women AIDS is the DL man.
The DL man.
Yeah.
And a lot of women know the DL man, and they still sleep with him.
Well,
what's
know, interesting?
Women know when a man is DL.
Or they'll have some type of inclination. But like now in this dating climate, in this dating climate is you don't even really have to. I mean, if a guy is doing that, then he's wild because of course he's putting everybody at risk in that situation, right? Man. But in this dating climate, like you literally can tell girls because there's women out there who will accept you if you like men and women. So you literally can get married to who you want to get married to. She's just gonna accept the fact that sometimes you bang her out and sometimes you get banged out. You know what I'm saying? For real, it's just the facts.
Keep telling y'all, man, crack ever changed the game, man. Hey, man, listen, man. Listen, man. Listen.
He probably does the bending.
Listen, man, come on, man. That was an outlier in the community of brothers and sisters, man, when I was young and our pain was young, man. No, now you're saying that there could be 50 to 60% of blood brothers getting bent over by John. That shit is ridiculous.
It ain't that many. Not yet.
But see, that's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about the not yet part. See, I'm thinking about how it could change over time because it seems like the young brothers, they're acquiescing to the more feminine type.
You know what? And the spread is the rap music.
Yes, the demonic music
has spread that, and it's been that way for a long time. It used to be hidden, but it's not. That's all.
Nah, I was about to.
Everybody
say,
go be moving music. Like Sean Diddy Combs out there.
It ain't the rap music because guess what? Rock Hudson. We can go down a whole bunch of.
It wasn't just.
Well, what I'm saying is I gotta take up for rap because we get a bad rap sometimes. Although I don't dispute that. Yeah, we have excelled it a lot. Yeah. I can't even sit here and act as if we haven't excelled a lot of the negativity that's going on in our community. So I agree with you, but I can't just limit it to that because really. It's exposing what's been existing for a lot, quite a long time, And if we go into entertainment, prior rap, it existed very heavily, and it was hidden very significantly. We are now learning. I don't want to put names out there, but we're learning a lot of the actors, music people, politicians were all part of this society without us knowing. Or without it being exposed. And now I will say rap, the internet, it extends the opportunity for it to be exposed. And a lot of the DL is coming out, which is beneficial to us because we now are having people proud of this. So they're not on the DL as much.
Hold on, Tom. So you say making people proud, meaning accepting the fact that they taking Johns?
No, he's not saying that. He's saying now you can see that
you can see the BS a little bit more upfront.
Right. A whole lot more because they're proud of it.
And that's why don't be surprised if he doesn't get off on some of these damn charges.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised if he doesn't get off on some of these charges.
some of the charges are just like
Yeah,
flying
just
flying a woman out, and they're considering that to be
Dumb
sex
shit.
trafficking. So that's
Yeah.
definitely gonna be out of there.
Yeah, and one of the things that they did mention in that case that's going to be in his favor is that he had to have the intention of wanting to make money if it was trafficking, and I don't think it had anything to do with him making money, his perversions,
All
and
the
that's
perversions against the black people will be dropped. Most of them against the white, he'll be charged with.
But the problem is what they're throwing in that case specifically is that Cassie video.
Of course,
That's what's really going to be his hindrance, because it ain't going to be about right or wrong at that point. It's going
and
to
the
be about
guns,
how they feel about him.
But he's
and the
already been
gun,
charged against
and the
that.
guns that they found at his house that all has scraped off the serial
some
numbers.
things, but that's not the serious charge. Gun charges is not as bad as all the other stuff that they want to put him in for. But anyway, the Cassie thing, the only thing he's really guilty of that we know of is that he beat her up.
Yeah,
and that's a significant offense.
But he's already convicted for that. He's already been convicted for that.
I agree. That's not what's being tried. That's not what's being tried.
That was in the trial.
Nah, the tape is in the trial, but there's no charges for that in the trial.
Oh, that's just for bad character.
Exactly, because it was civil. She gave him money. I mean, he gave her money.
So
anyway,
they using it really.
We're off on this thing. So we beat the hell out of this first video. We all converge on these guys are like, we questionable.
That lady lied.
Hey,
JT, go get a drink, man.
That brother, she ain't lied. That brother talk.
No wonder you over talking.
She ain't lied. That brother talk. Hey,
she
ain't lied. That brother talk with his palms up.
Yeah, and let's just take out our significant suspicion. Let's take out our significant suspicion of his sexuality, even if he was not, questionable in his sexuality. The actions that he's taken is still questionable. You still need to, because even if he's heterosexual, he's doing something, and you still need to take those tests. Because there's no reason why 3 times you going out with your boys and you can't find a time to go out with your wife, not your lady, your wife.
Especially if you're going to Houston. So
I told you the hoes.
A couples thing, at least 2 out of the 3 trips. Like, come on.
And Houston is leading the country in. Houston is the leading city right now for HIV.
That was a nasty. It's not just HIV; it's STDs generally.
Well, they got the flesh-eating disease now. They got the flesh-eating veneer.
Yeah, man, this one ain't touching you, little nasty bastard.
It's just like start eating your
President, what you got next?
I'm
hearing about flesh-eating disease. Okay,
they got a flesh-eating one now.
So we're gonna move on to Devale Khadeen. They have been on the Breakfast Club, and I have 2 separate clips of them on the same show, but it's 2 separate clips. The first one I'm gonna play is about their role play in the bedroom, and I wanted to play this video because it really reveals how real issues can come up in a relationship. But they're always real and raw about their relationship. I've been following them for a very, very, very long time. He was an ex-football player. They've been together ever since he was in college. He got drafted, then he got hurt. He got drafted to the NFL, got hurt. But they have, been very open about their relationship, from her not really wanting to have sex and him saying, hey, look, I married you. If I want to have sex with you, like, what's going on? So they've always been open about their relationship, but I like this video. And we're going to play it and then dive into the real life part of it. It's comical. Devale has a great way of storytelling, and he's very, very good at that. So it's a little comical, but it is very real. Let me take this one out. Okay.
I got stories, bro.
This one time in California.
Yes, I know that's where he was going, bro.
So
I was very specific.
He was specific. What did you ask for? It was like down to a detail. I had color contacts, and I think I had done like a photo shoot or something.
This is funny, right? She did a photo shoot with Janelle. But she had on these hazel color contacts. She had on this big curly like weave,
like it was
wig,
like a
right?
big wig. I look like different.
She didn't like herself, like somebody else. So I was like, yo, I want you to put on that. Put on a cheerleader outfit.
The
put on some
cheerleader outfit,
heels,
that's what it was.
Bomb, right? So now she's like, I got you, babe. This was New Year. We were at our parents' house. We was having quiet sex for a couple of days, so we was over it.
Right.
Like, I don't want no more fucking. I'm trying to back that. You know what I'm saying?
All that.
So we get home in Cali, right? I'm like, ready. I'm sitting at the edge of the bed. I'm waiting. She come out. There's no weave. There was no contacts, and she had on a leotard.
It was this real cute Savage 50. Like
the 50 we had
crotchless.
Yeah.
It was a vibe. It had a little thigh high to go with it. And I was like, this is fire.
Nah, it's not the ass.
And he was like, yo,
This is literally what happened.
Like, that's not what I asked for.
She walked over all seductively, like she had music. We had a fireplace. She put the fireplace on.
I was setting the mood.
She was sexy, right? I'm sitting there like
this.
I'm straight face, like this, right? So she get down. She got her hands on my knees. She going down right there. And she get to the bottom and she like, what's up? Like this is like, what's this?
Not on
this
brand
is not
for you, sir.
I'm like, where the contacts? She's like, Devale, I'm downstairs right now handling business. I said, no weave, no contact, and you got on this dirty ass leotard. That set her off.
I said dusty.
And she said, "Oh no, she shouldn't have. That's not
this dusty ass leotard." I'm like, first of all, it's not a leotard; it's a teddy. And I had
it was stained up.
It was
because it wasn't what I wanted. I was just mad. I was just mad.
He was mad, and I was like, so because you did not get exactly what you asked for, I'm still here to do the job.
And she didn't even have heels on, so I got mad, right? So I got up and I go in the bathroom, right? But it just so happened when I walk in the bathroom, I seen all her heels lined up in the closet. And we had just moved to this big house. I said, you got all these heels here? You ain't put no heels on. So I go in there and I throw all the heels out the closet.
What the fuck?
He sure did.
Now, this is the funny thing.
Did.
She goes,
and I'm standing up. I was like, you gotta pick every fucking shoe up. Are you kidding me?
She says to me, look at your stupid ass. In there throwing heels around and your dick's still hard. That's what broke me out of it. I looked at her. I started laughing. And we started laughing. After that, it was a wrap. It was just like, yo, look at us. Yeah, it was like, look at us. Look at us.
And I was like, and pick all the shoes up.
Yeah, so the shoes, we sat there, we picked the shoes up, then we got
that
it
was
in.
The one time, it's like, he asked for one thing, and I was like, here, I'm doing something else cute, and he was like.
Sound like y'all was role playing.
Yeah.
He was.
Y'all never.
It's
marriage, yo, that's fun.
By the way, that shit sounded like a Tyler Perry scene. You throwing the heels, look at you. Throwing these heels and your dick still hard.
Dick swinging.
So I wanted to play.
What shit is this?
Huh?
I said, what kind of weirdo shit is this?
No, man. No,
I wanted to play that because we just played a video about, a husband going on trips without his wife, and very, hush mouth on what issues they may be having in their relationship / marriage that could be hindering them from coming together and connecting. And so I wanted to play that video because there is communication, and he was very clear on what he wanted from his wife. Very, very clear on what he wanted from his wife, down to the context, to the wig, to the heels, to what he wanted her to wear. And she totally didn't do any of those things, right? And so they have this argument in the midst of her having on what she wanted to wear, no heels. They're literally touching, like she's, doing all the things, but it's not what he wanted. In the end, they were able to resolve it and I guess get back to the festivities. But a lot of people don't have that quick turnaround, let alone that communication where it's like, okay, this is what I want, this is what I expect. And so when it doesn't happen, a lot of people may say, okay, well, this is done. We're not doing this act. They may give the silent treatment. They may go so many other ways rather than towards each other in that scenario. Okay. And so I liked how he looked at him throwing the shoes like, okay, and her making the comment like, dude, you still aroused, yet you throwing these shoes around the room. Like, where is this going to get us? And he realized, he came to himself, in which a lot of people need to do, come to themselves and straighten up. It could have turned into something a lot uglier. It could have turned into something a lot uglier. It could have turned into them possibly breaking up. Like it could have turned so many different ways. Yet it turned to them working it out right there.
Precious, he didn't come to himself. He realized that he was going to be coming by himself had he not.
Well, I mean, that's
straightened up.
Yeah,
that was the.
I think
when she said
was
that,
the weird part to me. That was the weird part. This nigga catching a temper tantrum, and it's like, what the fuck? I get the whole thing of expressing what you want, and being able to be to trust your spouse enough to be able to express yourself the way that you express yourself, and it ended actually where they laughed about it and things like that. So I get that part right there. Yeah, that's kind of like a unique type of a thing. Because most people, it's over with, and they probably never do that shit again. And so it could have ended with, "I never do this shit for you again." He was like, "You didn't do it, goddamn!" And it could have got really, really bad. But I think I don't know who these two people are. Who are they? That's what I was going to ask. What's their
yeah, I'm with you as well. I don't know.
Yeah, the guy's an actor.
It started out as Deadass. They're from New York, so it started out as the I think their podcast was called Deadass because that's like the saying in New York.
Yeah, he's an actor. He's been on Tyler Perry's Fatima and another little show. What's that other? The Sisters. He's on one of them with Fatima. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Okay, I got you. And they're both content creators too. So okay,
I understand why I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, I think he's incredibly selfish.
Me too.
I think she was incredibly selfish.
Incredibly selfish.
Yeah, she was incredibly selfish because she knew what he wanted. So sometimes when you role play with ladies, we like sex the way we want. You have to dress your lady up because you like her in heels because she's got a nice shaped legs, and you want to. In that way, your mind gets fixated on that because that's part of your fantasy. Mm-hmm. So but see, sometimes women rebel against that because they want to know whether you like them if they were just bare. Why do I got to get dressed up for you to be that aroused? And that's what she did to him. And that's why he got so mad. But, that doesn't mean he didn't want to bang around. He just got mad because that was a moment that he wanted a specific kind of, ending.
That's true.
Looking at her the way he wanted to look at her, and she purposely took that away from him. And so it wasn't a mistake. She purposely took that away from him. And he acquiesced to her and all that. I don't think they were on the edge of any real breakup. That's not going to make you go crazy and all that shit, Except that maybe she did it later on. They didn't say that, and maybe he doesn't even want it no more. But she did that selfishly. She was just being selfish to test him or whatever the hell she was doing. But women don't do any shit like that by accident. She knew exactly what he wanted, and she, So he got what he got off. But I can tell you, he wasn't as happy as he would have been if she would have had that shit all on him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't think he acquiesced to her in that moment because in that moment he went in that closet, man. Fuck that shit. He got mad. That's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying, but the icebreaker was the fact that she called it out. Like his emotion was so aroused in that moment, right? He's already sitting there. He already, like you said, Arpain, he got the vision of what she gonna come out as, right? She come out something totally different. So that it gave him even more arousement. He went in there. Listen, you throwing shit around. Shit, you can damn near slap some of that shit across the room with your shit. You know what I'm saying? So what it is, he just then when she called it out, that broke the ice. You know what? Yeah, look at this. Come here. You know what I'm saying? Now it's like,
Coach Ferg, again, she won.
I'll be right back, fella.
They won.
Hold on, he should have walked away. He should have walked away.
No. I mean, I would have banged it out too, but it still wouldn't have been the same bang out. I had this bang out session in my mind, and she didn't give it to me. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna waste the whole night.
Yeah. I mean,
so they probably had sex and had some fun, and he ripped a little leotard as a one-time use.
No, but see, this is the thing that y'all. This is the thing that I think that some of y'all, this is the thing that some of y'all missed, right? Now y'all right. Everything y'all just said was spot on, but when she looked at it, to me, she looked at it from the aspect of, yeah, he want me to dress up, but the cheerleader outfit and all this, that resembles easy access, right? And so when she went and got the whatever she got, she said that it had the crotch out. You know what I'm saying? So she thinking, okay, well, I ain't do this, but look at this. He gonna see that I got this crotch out, and it's gonna be like, oh, they're popping. And the reaction went a total different way, right? But at the same time, like, yeah, I think it's tough, and yeah, man, I'm not throwing no shoes around or no shit like that. But I'm sure, but I'm sure that I know me. I know that I would be thrown off. I know I would be thrown off in the beginning, because I'm gonna be like, yo, I asked you for. I love skirts. I love dresses. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's, and most guys probably do. But like, that's like, I love that shit. So like, if my woman is in a skirt or a dress, like I'm the happiest man in the world. And so it's just like, when I ask you for, yo, today I want that easy access when I come home from work, baby. You know what I'm saying? She already knows. He want me to throw on a little skirt for him real quick. You know what I'm saying? But I come home and you got on basketball shorts. I'm like,
but that's similar to this, right?
And yeah, that's what I know. I know that's what I'm saying.
He was just asking for what he want. You had a vision, right?
And I'm saying, I agree with him. I'm saying I'm not like the shoes, no, but I'm gonna be thrown off in the beginning. I'm gonna be like, yo, like, what happened? Like,
you be over in your pillow. You'll be over in your pillow. You be over and balled up in your pillow.
I'll be like, look on the couch, like,
but us being men, we ain't turning it down. We might not be what we want.
Hey, soon as she touched my knee, though, it's over. Like,
I think our pain brought up a valid point, being she was just being selfish. And I don't think his rebellion was against how she looked. His rebellion was against, I asked you specifically what I told you specifically what I wanted, and you had the nerve to do everything opposite that. And then when he walked past the closet, knowing he asked for help, he like, and you got it right there available. So you deliberately did this bullshit.
No doubt.
And that's what he was really reacting to. He's like, yo, it ain't about the fact that you ain't sex. It's the fact that I asked you something and you deliberately. This is now he assumed it at first, but then he walked past the closet and he's like, yo, you actually deliberately were being a rebel without a cause for no reason. Yeah, that pisses me off, because now you just it ain't the fact that you made a mistake or that you didn't do what I asked. It's the fact that you literally are rebelling and doing something opposite of what I asked for whatever reason.
And he still had an erection, but it was a hate erection.
It was a hate erection.
Where Uncle Rick at? That's why she enjoyed it. He gave her that hate sex.
It must be the I hate that you didn't dress up how I want you to dress up.
But she gonna get this shit. You gonna get this.
She go. And you know what's crazy though? In that moment, listen, that was like a fancy meal to him, right? You gonna say you want to set up a fancy meal date, and that incident is like you thought you said, babe, I want that nice steak, you know what I'm saying, the way I like it, and she like, okay, and come home and it's an old burger and shit.
That's what the hell is this? Saying that he got something nice planned, and a woman thinking that she going out to a restaurant and he cooked dinner, and she looking at him like, I thought we were.
That's nice though.
There's plenty of.
That's nice. That's thought. You know how much thought go into cooking a meal?
That's not equivalent to this situation.
Y'all want somebody to spend money.
So it still would have been impromptu. I would have told her, take that shit off. You've been a bad girl. You didn't do what the fuck I told you to do.
Obviously, he did that.
No.
That was in the end.
He was throwing a temper tantrum. He
threw a temper tantrum in the beginning.
That bed would have been shaking. I'm like, next time.
White school podcast going crazy over here.
Go fix me some tacos. It's not. I'm not messing them up. That's why initially I was like, "What kind of weird ass shit is this?" Right? Because it wasn't what I wanted. So you gotta improv. I'm not about to be for real about kicking over the shoes and all that shit. I'm about to go ahead and dominate you anyway. So.
Right.
I'm telling you, next
Especially
time
we know
dress on, ain't you?
Yeah.
Ain't you? You know, it's
especially because we knew it was a role play situation.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you can easily turn that into a new situation. You know what I'm saying? You can easily turn that into a new situation.
Yeah. I would have been in there and made her try on every shoe she had.
She should have had all them damn uniforms on.
Even something like that. Yeah. Hey, hold up. Hey, try these on. I like these right here. Like what? Like, come on. Anything. You could have tried anything, and that's
she would have been. It still would have been something that we've been talking about because she'd be like, "You really didn't want me to wear that shit, did you?"
No.
You're right. I didn't want you to wear that shit.
He was having a feminine energy moment.
That
was
that wasn't feminine, man.
I'm saying that was feminine. His temper tantrum. No, I'm talking about his temper tantrum.
He was like,
yeah. He was acting like a spoiled little brat.
He said she was down south while he was pouting.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not pouting while you on a pole. I'm not pouting.
Let me use our Payne's vernacular. He could have banged her into the closet, put the wig on while he was banging her, and told her, open your eyes up, put these contacts in. What about these heels?
And our pain is like, nah, he pouting, but I couldn't imagine my woman coming out in that type of situation. Yeah, I'm a little flustered, right? She come over, she start, kissing, going down, and she put the pipe in her. Yo, all that shit is out the window. I'm ready. That shit is up and it's on. Like we don't got time for me to get up and get off me. Hold on, let me go throw your shoes.
Put the dick down. Time out. Put the dick down. Let me tell you something.
Get out your mouth.
Where's the context? Where's the
context? Well, only thing I would say just for that, I'm not telling you to stay for it.
But it was something, you know what? But this is the thing. Just listening to them two talk.
How are you coming up?
You just came up with it right on the spot. Hey, it's a safe word. You don't know what it is.
But if it's that's the thing. If it's just them two and they're enjoying being with each other and stuff like that, that is a part. That's why I said again, the other part of it was, okay, now I get it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just what it is. One of the things I do understand about women is that y'all don't want us to be powders, right? Y'all would rather for us to tell you exactly what we like and what we don't like. There are women that actually know when a man ain't going for some shit, right? They be like, nah, girl, no, he will not go for that. Nah, right? When he knows that you're listening, like, that's why they still cool, because she was listening to what the man was saying. She didn't dismiss him. She didn't dismiss when the man told her, listen, I said come in here with the cheerleader shit on. You coming in here with that bullshit. And he called it dusty.
Right. That dusty ass.
He turned it wrong because he was rejecting it, right? Mm-hmm. And it was something when she was just like, oh shit, I just did something. And she don't have to ask him what did I do wrong, because he's telling her what she was doing wrong. He like, I don't want that shit. Right. So there's another side to it where she was just like, damn, I know not to do that shit again. You know what I'm saying? Right. So, yeah.
But you know what? I didn't think at no point were they at any kind of edge to where they wasn't going to reconcile us. You know what I'm saying? Like really healthy sex life, you know?
And let's just be clear. She was aroused too. Because she saw he was still aroused and she did not take her eyes off of that arouser. She like, what about that?
Hey, that's because she already started.
Why is that still dangling?
She already started. She like, hold up, you mad, but he ain't mad at me. You mad at me,
exactly.
but he ain't.
Case closed.
Let me talk to him.
Chill out, nigga.
You and I, we ain't got to talk. Let me talk to him.
Little man, like, nigga, when you quit, chill out.
I ain't mean come here with him. We be together.
Little man, like, leave the shoes alone.
Right, leave the shoes alone. Get back over there.
You fucking it up. You fucking up the booty.
I'm going to get to the next clip. For those who are just joining, thank you so much for joining. Definitely hit the like button as you come in. Subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell notification to all so you know when we go live. I'm going to switch gears a little bit with the same, couple, same interview. But Devale is asked, when did you know or when did you feel comfortable being vulnerable with your wife? And so they could have, made up very quickly because they're actually doing the work on their relationship. At least, they display how they do their work. But I wanted to play this because I think a lot of people need to hear it. And how you handle certain situations. And a lot of time we look for the other person to do something for us, or we look for the other person to change or to alter, what we don't like. And I made a really good point in this video.
And this it's gonna sound crazy to some people listening. When did you realize Khadeen was a safe space for you to be your absolute most vulnerable?
Wow, that's a good question. And I always preface by saying this: the first 5 years of our marriage was terrible. Right? And it wasn't terrible for the reasons people think it was terrible. People automatically assume it's terrible because of infidelity or money. But that wasn't it. It was terrible because I did not feel safe telling her how I felt about things. So I bottled it up. I suppressed it. I would go in the bathroom, sit on the toilet, turn the shower on. I'd be crying, trying to figure out where, what I was going to do with my life, because I just come from being in the NFL, making a lot of money. I had to start all over again. And I felt like less of a man, but I can't tell that to my wife. And it was one day, she was pregnant with Cairo. And I had said to her, we was having a whole argument about stuff, and I was just at the point, you know how it is when you're a man, you get to the point where you just don't care no more.
Word up.
I was done. We was getting a divorce. And I was like, you know what, you lazy, you don't trust me, you don't believe in me, you don't do all this. And she's like, Devale, I'm not lazy, I'm fucking pregnant. And I was like, the hormones, like the attitude, like the nausea. She was like, I was trying to find a way to surprise you and tell you. And I said, well, why didn't you just tell me? And then when I said, why didn't you just tell me? It hit me. Why don't I just tell her what I'm going through?
That's right.
That was the moment. I wrote about it in our book, We Over Me, New York Times bestseller, by the way. Just wanna put that out there. But it was that moment. I said to her, why didn't you just tell me? And then it was like, bling, why don't you tell her? And from that moment on, it was 2016. The minute I feel something, sometimes she don't be in the mood, I'm like, yo, we got to sit down and talk. And she be like,
all right, here we go now.
All right. And I tell her, and the minute we done, we've made a decision that we're not going to argue about it. We're not going to harbor no resentment. If we don't agree, we don't agree. But this is how I feel, this is how you feel. And we work towards, being better.
That's why I asked, because it doesn't matter how long you're with a person. And it don't have anything to do with you. It's really just us as men.
Absolutely.
When do we realize, okay, this is a safe space. This is this woman that I have devoted my life to, the mother of my children, is a safe space for me. It's hard for men to find safe spaces, man.
Yeah. But you know why though? Yeah. I can't even find safe spaces amongst my boys. Forget a woman. If I go to tell my homeboy that I'm feeling away, nigga, you soft, bitch ass. And it's like, am I? You know what I'm saying? You asking, am I? You know what? Yeah, I am. Let me toughen up. So if my homies feel like that about me, I can't tell my girl I'm going through it. It took maturity. It took me to realize that I chose this woman and she chose me to spend the rest of our lives together. What my homies think don't matter. What the world think don't matter. As long as we can get on the same page. So she's always the first person I go to now. But it wasn't always like that. And that's when we struggled the most.
Valid points. Valid points. he said it took maturity.
Mhm.
I think it took my deity. No, I'm just
Hey, shut up, Sean. You don't talk about for the next. You don't talk about for the next minute and a half, man.
Time trying out for a minute.
Nah, but it did. I do believe what he said. It did take maturity, and a lot of us often struggle with that. That's what we talk about it on these panels often. And men's maturity is what we talk about women's maturity and emotional maturity specifically, but we also have to tap into men's maturity. And a lot of times, men do feel like they can't be vulnerable, or they're afraid to be vulnerable, and that takes maturity to get out of. Takes maturity to be able to stand in whatever it is you feeling, whatever it is you believe in, whatever it is you're thinking, and not be afraid. And I'll say it very clearly, not be afraid to speak on it. A lot of men, as much as they like to posture, are afraid.
Irving.
What? I didn't say anything.
I like facial expression. Like, where are you going?
You know what? You know what we call maturity. Sometimes I just think sometimes we have natural revelations, and it comes at any age. Even you could be immature in other ways, but when you recognize the situation, I call that a revelation. And I guess if you act on it, it is a sign of maturity. So, even though there might not be synonyms, right? But the fact is that I agree with what he said, but I still hesitate when I still hear guys talking about they bare their soul to their women. I ain't that kind of guy, right? And it really, really matters what it is. And so I think we talk at different levels. I think that what he said, depending on the things he tells her, I might agree with a lot of them, but he might say a few things and say, well, why does she need to know some of that shit? Right? So unless, I think that if my house is falling down, no, let me put it this way. If I got to sit down and convey something with my wife that is so bad I can't handle, my house is pretty much burning down. But if it's anything else, I don't think she needs to know some of that shit if I'm handling it, and some people don't like that, but to me, man, that's just the way it is. Now, but it's a hairy line because I tell my wife everything. She knows me pretty well, but I should say everything. I tell her the things I think she needs to know about me. About the things that, what? It's kind of funny. You know what? I hate to say this shit, man, because I might jinx myself. Ain't a lot of shit bother me. I'm at an age where ain't too much shit bothers me. And when I say that, I'm not trying to be arrogant. I mean, I'm at a space in my life where, I'm just not bothered by a lot of shit that's going on because I'm not involved in it.
Well, let's go back into time.
Yeah, let's go back.
Because they stated
way back.
They stated that the first 5 years of their marriage were bad.
Right.
And
because of him.
Pretty much at the end, he kind of looped it back around and said, it doesn't matter what my friends think. It doesn't matter what anybody else thinks.
Yeah.
Her. And so it seems as though in the beginning of their marriage, he wasn't being communicative with his wife, and maybe he was going to his friends about the issues or going elsewhere instead of letting her know. Even though there is a problem and you don't want to tell your wife about it, that's your business. But when it comes to your emotional state or you having a lot on your mind, you can still say you have a lot on your mind without saying what's on your mind. Mm-hmm. I don't think that women necessarily want to hear, all the problems that you have going on in your head, because she's thinking as a man, you are going to take care of it and you are going to be on top of it. A woman just wants to make sure that if there's any way that she can nurture you or, aid you in, easing your mind, because if you're fixing the problem, obviously she doesn't need to, but you're tackling the problem and she's nurturing you while you do that, right? And so there are a lot of men who are not open about even when things are bothering them, when they have a lot on their mind, or when work is boggling them down. They'll just push through it and they'll stay silent and they won't say anything, but their actions, because actions do speak louder than words, their actions will show that something is going on. And the action may be, okay, I'm a little distant from my wife because I don't want her to know what's going on, or I'm not as bubbly or cheerful as I usually am because I do have a lot on my mind and I'm trying to figure it out and I'm trying to strategize and
I just add one thing to you, what you're saying, just one thing.
Go ahead.
But I'm thinking about where his position was when he was coming out of the NFL. He had a lot more moving parts than the average guy.
Yeah.
Right. The average, so I needed to level set that. Some people don't have a lot of moving parts. I don't have a lot of moving parts. Of the NFL and where he was at, the crowds, the elevation, the money, I can dig where he's coming from. But I could also dig when he found out she was pregnant, how that kind of snaps you out of it because the responsibility of it says, well, your issue no longer matters.
Right.
I gotta fix this shit because I got real responsibility. That's what men do. I mean, men who are serious about family and stuff. They say, "Oh shit, I got a kid. Yeah. So I gotta fix whatever's going on."
Right.
So,
and like you said, it took maturity. A lot of when it comes to kids, women having children, being pregnant, or already giving birth and having the baby, a lot of men don't take in consideration that she damn near gave her life to have that baby. And honestly, she is a new woman. Like, she is a new woman. They're having a baby is very life threatening, and I don't think a lot of men take that serious at all because you don't know.
And in fairness, you're right, Precious. In fairness, go ahead.
No, but to that point though, Precious, what you're saying, husbands care. Baby daddies, he may not be through the process. A husband. A lot of husbands will be, if like Arpain said, a family oriented man. He know his wife's pregnant. He's going to ensure and do his best to make sure she's sufficient to have that baby as smoothly as comfortable. But when we get pregnant out of wedlock, you just knowing me for 2 months, we ain't in no relationship. I ain't going to the doctor. I don't have no connection. It's to your point, but when it comes to the married part, it does do something to sort of elevate your mindset to now it's bigger than me.
Now it's real.
You know what I'm saying? So my little issues that I'm holding in, the fact that I ain't in the NFL no more, I ain't bringing in the money, those things are now secondary to now this baby and our wife. So I can see how he was able to shift gears because even his career sort of, when he got refocused, his career even elevated a little bit. So I can see that, but
Coach,
in our community,
I think,
we baby daddies all day.
Coach,
so that's the problem.
Coach, I hear you, and I agree with your point of view, but I disagree. It's not about marriage that matures you into that, or that highlights those characteristics, because you could have those characteristics as a baby daddy, and that still can happen.
But you're right, Sean. But the only issue is that to be there and have those intricate moments, because we see how separate.
Exception doesn't make the rule there, Sean.
Yeah. There you go.
Well, I understand that, but the point is, we could go through a lot of married men who don't have those same sentiments. So we need to really be
very few.
That'd be very few. Yeah. Because
even pull a hamp on you, is it more or less? You know what I'm saying? This is something
because as soon as she gives you the word that she's pregnant, it's a whole different way. It's a different shift on how we have, especially that's why being married and being up under the same roof, there is a big difference, because what we already understand is that you're sacrificing for us and that child. So it changes our way of even thinking. When we start, especially when you start showing and when we start seeing these elements of your back is hurting now, you having diarrhea and all those things.
Gentlemen,
Be like,
I agree with y'all, but y'all are speaking from the point of view of men who have integrity. And so
most
that's
men
why
do.
Most
men got integrity.
I won't say I can't argue. I can't say most are not, especially in this generation. I won't even go into that direction. What I'm saying is your point of view is absolutely correct because you're speaking from a point of view of integrity. Integrity doesn't only come with marriage. Integrity comes with character. And that's my point, is that whether you are married or not, the integrity is what you're highlighting. And if you have that integrity, I agree. And that's going to happen whether you're married, whether you're in a relationship, whether you're just dating someone, or just banging somebody out, as Arpane would say. Your integrity will definitely reflect how you react to things. And to your point,
here's a super baby. Baby daddy, his super baby daddy.
Well, that and the point is, and I'm glad you're saying it that way because you're saying it in jest, but I'm really trying to point out that there are some super baby daddies, and there are some horrible husbands.
Oh God!
No, so the thing is this: this is one of the things that we have to get men and women out of the ideal of is this baby daddy, baby mama type of era, right? The mother of my children, the father of my children. That's what we have to get to. Reason being is because they've taken this phrase or this title, and this title don't really mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. But when you're talking about someone, and I agree with you, Sean, when it comes down to it doesn't have to be just to marriage, because not a lot of people that's being married. But man, there are way more men than we get credit to that have integrity. I agree with the integrity thing, right? Mm-hmm. But what we end up having is it empathy? Is it empathy? Empathy is the word, right? We can't go through it, but we can understand what you're going through.
That's the word.
This is where men start to be that. They used to have this thing where they used to call men, they say when she's pregnant, we are pregnant, right? And they were saying that men were having some of the symptoms that women were having and all these different things too, growing pregnant pains and all this stuff that they were saying. I think that it was just a point of men were just trying to get women to understand that we have empathy for you, right? We would sit back. I remember, and look, my first daughter was in 96, right? So 90, the early part of 96, that shit was scary because this is my first child. So it was scary just to see her mom going through what she was going, and she got big. She was bedridden in her 7th month. And I was in Bosnia. I was, you know what I'm saying? I had to keep coming home. I had to take my R&Rs, you know what I'm saying? Come home and make sure that she was cool. And when I saw it, I was just like, man, it was something that just changed the way I even think. Even how I look at it right now, it's like, I remember when you was going through all of that stuff right there. And I felt like I can only do so much to help you. And I was trying to do whatever she said she wanted. I was going to get that shit. However she was feeling, I was just trying to ease her pains. I was going out here just buying shit. Man, I remember going to the store one time, man. I spent probably $100 in a convenience store because I was just like, well, maybe if this work, then if she does this and she takes this, or if I get her these, we had, if you guys don't know, them cold packs and them damn electric, those damn electric packs and shit like that, those heating packs and shit, that shit is expensive as shit. You know what I'm saying? And we would just do whatever we need to do to make sure, because we have empathy, and especially all the way until the birth. It's like, man, and it changes. It literally changes our way of how we even think, because I think that's how it's supposed to be. That's why I hate the word baby mama. I hate the word baby daddy, because it doesn't mean anything. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I look at it.
And that's a valid point. I do think we need to change our perspective on that baby mama, baby daddy. That's an excellent point. And again, the integrity that I was speaking of reflects empathy, reflects consideration, reflects a lot of different characteristics that I think we all have. And all I'm saying is that because we are actually starting to become what did you call me earlier, Payne? The exception. We are actually becoming the exception. Us men with integrity. And so that's what I'm speaking to, because we need to really emphasize how to instill integrity into those who might not even think it or have it.
Yeah, because a lot of people were not raised in two-parent homes, right? And so you get into these relationships, you get married, and then your wife gives birth, and we would like to think that men have, have this empathy, and there are men who do have the empathy for their wife that will be able to empathize with her, although he doesn't know what it's like to give birth and then afterwards, right? But there are men who don't empathize. There are men who will not put himself in her shoes, knowing that she just gave birth, knowing that she has to get up every 2 hours to feed the baby, whether it's breast milk or, the bottle. They are not empathetic towards the psychological changes that women go through, the bodily changes that women go through. And you hear a lot of men say, oh, well, she changed after the baby. Duh. Like, yes, she changed after the baby. Her body changed, her mind changed, everything does change, and men don't. There are some men who don't aid in that. They don't help in that regard because they don't change, right? They go on about their business. They go to work. They take care of their affairs. They do whatever needs to be done. Things don't necessarily change for them other than there being an addition to the house or to the family. But when you have a woman who has a baby, she's literally responsible for feeding that baby. Okay, the man can't do it. The baby not hanging off of your booby. Like,
no, come on, Precious. You know, sisters over the last 35 years, they wasn't out there breastfeeding. They was Similac all day. They was Similac. I'm trying to tell you, they wasn't breastfeeding. I can see a shift today, and most fathers who were able to be in the home with their child from birth and they got to bring that baby home, most fathers would feed those children. They would care for those children.
Yeah. But listen, you know what? It sounds cruel, right? But I just think that, and it might sound cruel. Listen, a woman with a baby in the first couple of years, that's what you're supposed to do naturally.
Yeah,
just like a man can't get no credit for working and taking care of his family, we don't get no credit for that. He's supposed to do that.
Right.
So my wife, listen, I'm not trying to be hard, right? My wife had a baby, and that's why I got an upper hand to keep the kids. The first 2 years, she's gonna do the heavy lift. Yeah. It's just gonna happen. That's the whole thing. And so, maybe I'll get up, and take care, because we aspirate milk in the bottle. I'll get up and make sure it's, do all that shit and maybe change diapers. But, women, you're naturally this is a natural thing. Yeah, I don't like to take credit for natural things we're supposed to do. I would like to be appreciated for it.
Right.
But naturally, a woman's going to be closer to the kid. Now, that doesn't mean a man has to be absent.
Right.
But I think I'm not saying you did this, Precious, but I think a lot of time, and I hear a lot of women, and the internet is a nasty place, right? I hear a lot of ladies talk about how bad it is to have children because of the shit they got to do.
That's because they don't love themselves. How they gonna love a child?
I said, man, wait a minute. You had a baby. Throughout history, you got a baby. You want to do some shit for that kid.
You know what the responsibilities are.
But anyway, but the point I'm really making is, women go through changes. The man who recognizes that is the guy who's in tune with his wife. Yeah. Right now.
Amen.
But the changes also, right? The women who change, I'm not talking about postpartum. Even that, it's a woman who has a baby, there's a natural change where it shouldn't turn negative, right? If we're together and you have a kid,
it shouldn't.
It shouldn't turn negative. However, there does need to be some type of calculation. There does.
Say that again. Say that word again.
There needs to be
calibration.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And men need to aid in that.
But
I thought I just said that.
So
right.
To the point.
Saying it shouldn't turn negative.
It shouldn't.
However, you don't know how it's going to turn because it's your first time having a baby and it's her first time having a baby.
But
so,
we work that out together.
But as a husband and wife, the dynamic is completely different from what we're getting. What we are actually getting is two people not in a union. It's just two people sneaky linking, making degenerate children. So if a father and mother is in that dynamic where they could be in the house together, you best believe he gonna have a big head, big strong, 6'2", size 12 wearing boy. Because they working together. But in our reality, think about it. I can see how the women are talking in their message because they understand the difficulties of having that child early. And without the father being there, yeah, it's an ugly picture. But a lot of women don't like themselves. That's why they don't like those children.
And when you say calibration, though, the child themselves, when they're together, when a woman and a man's together, the child is part of that calibration. Let me tell you why. Especially when the child is with the mom all day, right? Because you think the mom is like, damn, I've been with this child all day. The child be feeling the same way because when daddy come in the house, you know what that child do? That child would get up and start going crazy because daddy is at home. Or when they get a chance, that's the thing that changes everything. When that child comes, and guess what that child gonna do? That child is gonna pester that dad all through that day. Guess what the mom get a chance to do? She get a chance to go take a bath. She get a chance to do whatever because dad is out there, ain't even taken his uniform off yet. He's sitting there playing with the kid. They out there doing, it's a whole different dynamic when they're all together. That child will help that calibration. So that's where we have to understand. That's why I don't like that baby mama, baby daddy shit. That's why I don't like this having kids and the kid is just with the mama and the daddy got to go and visit the kid. All that crazy ass shit. I'm telling you, it changes everything when you see that child being with the mom and the dad because it balances that child out at a very early age.
I agree. I don't understand how we got on the subject of.
No, I'm just thinking, but the calibration I think is a natural thing of what you're saying. Yes. The reason why it seems unnatural is because we don't have no nuclear families anymore.
Exactly.
Because when what I'm saying. But you see the difference, right? I mean, in a natural nuclear family between a man and a woman and a kid, we recognize our wife is going to go through some changes. And the whole family has to get recalibrated through the new situation. And most men in a good marriage understand that, right? I mean, that's what we used to. But now with so many broken families, that calibration can't be had because for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But y'all, so are y'all saying that every man that has a baby, right, in a marriage, because we're not talking about
not every man, but most.
About inside of a marriage.
Most men.
Most men in a marriage, they still feel the changes of.
They expect the changes.
They do expect the changes. However, just like it's their first time having a child, it's a woman's first time having a child. There is still going to be a period of time where they have to get used to those changes. There are a lot of men that are like, oh, well, she gives all her attention to the baby. I don't even get any attention anymore.
Very few men gonna say that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's not the majority of men in a good marriage. I'm just saying we expect as you're saying, Precious, in the marriage, we expect those changes from our wife and the changes that we have to do to adapt to the new situation. And and it depends on the pressure of the pregnancy and all that. I told y'all before, it took us like 12 years to have 2 kids. So my wife went through a whole lot of shit for us to have those kids. Damn sure, when we had those babies, we were celebrating. I mean, I had to give her needles. I had to do all kinds of shit, man. So you damn sure know that when the baby came here, for me, it was a relief. That's why we have 2 kids. because we could have had more, but I wasn't going to put her through that again. Look, every man
Yeah.
we gotta be honest. But we gotta be honest about it. Like, it's not like she's saying something foreign.
No,
like,
no, I'm just trying to say, but she's not foreign. But I'm just saying,
will we say the majority or the minority of fathers move like our pain?
That's definitely you. How would you know? You don't know what people. You don't know what people are going through in their relationship, and so there's no way to know if it's a majority or a minority on that. Just don't know. Because I know when.
But there are numbers that say that there are numbers out there that say fathers that are engaged with their children in the home, those children have the best results.
Yes, but that's not what we're talking about, though. Right. We're talking about the first time that someone has a kid, like a first time parent. We're not talking about it doesn't even, because what do most people say when you have a kid the first time? They say that you try to be as prepared as possible and then figure out that you're still not prepared. You're not ready for what's going on. You're not ready for the changes. You don't really know. Now, the one thing that I will say, I think when you have a man who is looking forward to that, like looking forward to being a father, I think that comes off different than a guy who like, I'm saying, like when you having, like when you have a child for the first time, even sometimes even when you're looking forward to it, like you just don't know what the reaction is going to be. Like if this woman body go through changes or whatever the case may be, which is going to, like, she can have an attitude. You can be like, well, damn, why you gotta, like, a lot of times men don't know what's going to happen after the woman has the baby. So, like, that's just real life shit. Like, you don't know what she's gonna go through.
You're right, though.
So I'm just saying. So we don't know if it's.
So that means we don't know. We can have a conversation if we're gonna say that. I mean, okay, what Preston said is not wrong. It's not a right or wrong. I'm saying that most men who are married are prepared for the changes in their family. Not married. Most happily married who plan for kids or not plan for kids in a marriage are more apt to be able to handle the changes.
I can agree with that.
Let's leave it there. More apt to be able to handle those changes. Now, do they miss something? Because it's not 100%. You're right. Some guys don't. But I think, I'm a dinosaur, man. The men I knew when they had kids, their families, man, they were happy. It was like celebrations and shit, man. Now, I didn't know what was going on inside the house, of course. But bad shit manifests itself in close families. You'll see it.
I know. I found out a whole lot of shit after, and this like, of course, I'm not married, so I can't speak from that aspect. I just know that, like, at that time, like, I wanted to have a child, so like it was different for me, right? So once I found out, and JT, to speak to the pregnancy shit, like I was asleep. Dogs, with my, like, before my daughter mom told me that she was pregnant, I kept just falling asleep, and I don't, like, that's not me. I normally have sleep.
Yeah, you had them syndromes. You made that baby. So you made that baby. That was your baby.
Like, I'm napping. I get up. I'm like, I'm not ready to take a nap. Like, damn. Like every time. And so I was like, and so when she called me and told me that she was pregnant, I was like, damn, like this is why I've been sleeping this like this, bro.
You was having morning sickness and everything.
Because I just
you was eating pickles and ice cream.
I'm telling you, I literally just slept, bro. And I know I have sleep problems, so it was like just weird to me that I was sleeping just weird times of the day. Like I would just be knocked the hell out. Like wake up and it's 5 p.m. Like damn. Like
but Frank, here to the point though. Look how you changed once you realized that you was going to be a father. It gave you another sense of elevation.
This is true, but I was saying that I didn't realize what my daughter's mom was gonna go through, and it took me a long time, like probably a few years, like after I had like custody of my daughter, to understand. Like, I was like, yo, like, why are you bugging out all the time? Like, whenever I came in the house, like, she was bugging out. And my daughter has been a daughter's girl a daddy's girl since she was born. So, like, she'll move her mama out the way, come sit next to me, like, nah, Like, she's been like that since she was born. And so she was always up under me, always with me. I'll take her to the gym with me, give her mama a break, all that. And so, but when, like, she would just have explosions when I come home sometimes. Just, yo, like, nah, fuck this, fuck that. I'm like, damn, like, what is she going through? And it was like the first time that I realized that women have postpartum depression. I never even knew that.
That's
Like,
what she was having.
Yeah, that's just something that most men don't even think about. The first time that you have a baby, you don't realize that women go through that. Like, you're just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What's the problem? Right. So, like, that shit scare a lot of dudes off.
This is the thing. That's where the navigation comes in. Mm-hmm. So again, to be together and she's pregnant is something, and then to plan for the baby, it makes a bigger difference, right? My daughter is 28 years old, and it's funny where I can tell her, and she wants to hear it, but sometimes she's like, ugh, because I tell her, I know the day that you was conceived. And then she'd be like, what? Oh, and so Christ. I say, listen, this is the song that we was playing.
Oh, hell no.
Let me explain to you why I would tell her that, because that's her same reaction that she used to have. And so I tell her, I said, this is the thing, because you were wanted. You were wanted, and you were actually playing. She had a room 6 months before probably a year before she even came to fruition. We had the room together. We had the whole thing. And let me tell you, that is a very, it is dangerous for people to do that, right?
Why that? What's that?
Because there's a level of dangerous things, because what happens for a lot of people is that they can lose that child.
Yeah.
Right. And so we've seen, me and my lady, we both seen this before, right? Multiple times before she had it. Again, we planned for it. We got married. We were together for 2 years before we even was like, all right, it's time to get off the prophylactics. You know what I'm saying? We actually planned for our first daughter to come. So when she did get here, the thing was that everything, because we were gone and we come home and visit. There were 2 baby showers. There was a lot of shit that was given for the baby, and we had to get that shit shipped all the way back over to Germany, right? So what we seen, it was like, I couldn't wait. I used to have dreams of my daughter. I'm like, how she would look and all these, like, now you can see it in those little pictures they have now. But I was having dreams of this, right? I couldn't wait for it to come. Doggone month 6. I'm like, you can't have her. And then on top of that, I had to experience her mama going through C-section. And my dumb ass, I looked at the whole C-section. They were trying to keep me from doing it. I almost passed the fuck out.
Right. I almost passed out with the baby. I almost passed out when she cried. You
gotta say north of the equator. You gotta say north of the equator, man. You gotta say north of the equator.
I said, I'm gonna just hold your hand. I'm gonna just hold your hand.
Man. But I needed to see that, because it gave me a different, a newfound respect that I have to this day. You know, almost 30 years later, we're divorced and we still have that respect for each other, because that was the foundation, right? I told my daughter, all you had to do was exist, and you changed my mindset, your mama's mindset. You kind of shifted the family. A lot of people don't get that. They don't understand it. So they end up having children. It's a whole different experience when you're having children separate. It's a whole different experience. That's the difference. My second child was a different experience. I had to go to the prenatal and all that stuff, but we wasn't even together with my second child. Yeah. So there's a different experience with that.
It is a different experience. However, he talked about maturity, right? And while we would want the perfect scenario of people being married and expounding on the community and, you know, having healthy communities and mother and fathers in the home and things of that nature, the fact of the matter is, it's not a perfect world that we live in. And a lot of people don't gain that maturity because they still mad at the person that they done had a child with and things of that nature. And what happens is they take their immaturity or their lack of growth or their lack of knowledge of what women go through, and they use it as a weapon against the woman when she has kids. And that's why, you know, we do promote families and we do promote marriage. And since we're on the topic of it not being in a marriage, y'all are, you know, everything y'all saying sound really good. It sounds so good. It sounds so good. Okay?
But it sounds good, but
right, you know, men are great, and when the baby comes, y'all just snap right into gear, and y'all know exactly what to do. That all sounds good.
No, that's not true.
There are.
Well, I'm still stuck on the weapon part, when men had the weapon and women are the victims. I'm still.
Well, what I'm saying
when was that? When did that happen?
In a situation where they're not together, the man is off doing whatever, the woman is, you know, carrying the baby this year. Right, choice. There is no calibration, like we were talking about earlier. There is no calibration, but even if they're not together, I still feel as though a man should be aware of what a woman is going through, should be empathetic towards what that woman is going through.
Not gonna happen.
And again, that's why it's best for you to be married. But again, there are people who are married.
And that's the end result. So that's what I'm saying. What you just said right there. Stop right there.
Mm-hmm.
When you're not married, these are the things that can happen when you're not married versus when you are married.
No. Because it can happen when you're married too.
They had a whole show about it here.
But you're right, though, Preston, but you can't equate the two. Of course it can happen when you're married.
What do you mean?
Because you can't say. Go ahead.
Listen, if we're having this conversation, we can't normalize the fact that women want to choose to have kids out of wedlock and say they go through certain things. And with the exception, and in a marriage, of course, there might be some similarities of what they go through even within the marriage. But you can't bring a marriage a couple down to the level of single parenthood. That's not fair. Because when people are married, the overwhelming majority of those couples, and I don't care what nobody says, are able to handle the changes and the perturbations within that marriage, because that's what they vowed to do. Just a woman having a man and a woman banging each other out and having a kid out of wedlock, you should expect worse outcomes. I mean, that's it. I mean, it's as simple as that. So
no comparison. Yep.
What I'm saying is the awareness, the empathy, that is something, whether you're with them or not, you should have that type of awareness.
You can't expect Pookie to have empathy for you.
Yeah, and those are two extremely different. Those are two extremely different scenarios. They're totally different. You can't expect a man that you're not living with to have empathy when you're going through the shit you're going through. That's not even fair. That's not fair to even say that.
It's not. It's not fair. Okay, it's not fair. However, what I'm saying is, even married men go through it. Y'all are making it seem like all the men who get
they had a whole
show.
They had a whole show here about it on the radio. Like one of the guys, the host of the radio show, he's married, and he was saying that he didn't understand the changes that his wife was gonna go through. And then they had a whole call-in show about it. And there were people calling in that was like, yeah, like it made me and my wife get a divorce because like I didn't understand what she was going through, and she was trying to make me understand, like, but I just couldn't understand. We kept arguing, we kept fighting, and then it wasn't a good reason for us to stay together. And so they ended up breaking up and things like that. So it was people calling in and they were giving both sides of the story to say, like, yeah, like, we didn't know what to expect. My wife had this or she did that or whatever, or my wife couldn't lose weight and she kind of, took that out on everybody in the family. But like once we got to the root cause, like then I started working out with her and doing this. And then there was people like, like my wife, like we had the situations, like I didn't understand, like we wasn't intimate as much no more. Like, and I just like we just end like it just ended our marriage. Like,
I'm saying we have a call-in show with a single.
I know y'all perfect, but we can't.
No, listen. I'll say this is why A's sort of show. You know what I'm saying? This is what because I'll say again. Since the crack era.
Let me say this real quick, first. Have we have a show on these radios or these podcasts where all the single ladies talked about how great it was to have a kid by themselves? I mean, that's the only way. If we want to equivocate things, I want to see all the single mothers line up and say how great it was that the baby, the father of their kids was involved, and he was so. I mean, so it's easy to crack down men in a marriage if we're only compare the worst of them.
We crack down men. I think it was men on both sides.
It's not about being worse. It's about being aware. It's not about being worse. I don't know why when we have these conversations and it's something against a man, y'all feel as though somebody is cracking down on you. I tell y'all all the time, I'm a male's advocate for you guys to be the best version of yourself as possible. So I'm never going to come down and shame you or make you feel less than or any of that. But there are some men who are married who don't have that empathy, and that doesn't make them the worst men. It just makes them not aware of what's going on with their wife and her reproductive system and her nervous system. And
I think we conceded that already, but I don't understand why that's the emphasis of the conversation.
Yeah, I don't think
because the dude in the video said it took him to like he had to realize these things. Now he didn't say like after he didn't say after the baby. He said before the baby when she told him she was pregnant. But like if you add context, a lot of people don't know what the situation is going to be after they come to realization. That's what
they have to do. They get because they're in a relationship.
To your point,
they got to come to a resolution. Go ahead, man.
But to your point, you're right. Cause a woman just gets pregnant. She don't know what she's gonna go through. Some women breeze through it. He don't know what she's going through. But for the most part, like he said, because she brought it to his attention, I'm pregnant. Right. And once a man hears his wife is pregnant, it's going to be a shift if he's in tune with his wife, like our Payne said earlier. A dude just like, oh, okay, well, go through it alone. He on some bullshit. But most guys don't move like that.
But that's not even what we're not saying go, like I'm not saying go through it alone. I'm just saying after the baby gets here.
Right.
After the baby comes.
Even after the baby,
if
a man is in tune with his woman, he knows the baby is with the mother all day. She's gonna one thing a woman gonna do is express how she damn feel. This baby is too much for me. Okay, baby, what you want me to do? Well, when you get home, could you take the baby? Let me do. Okay, a man that's in tune with his family, he's gonna say, "Go ahead. Let me kick off my shoes, take off these no nasty ass work clothes, and you spend the rest of the night and put the baby to sleep." Now, however, the problem comes in that most women are not really concerned about their child during the day. They try and do other shit, and then when they gotta focus on someone other than themselves, they struggle with that. The
married women?
A lot of women marry women, yes, because they looking at having children as something, it's just going to make me. No, but they don't understand the responsibility of that. When you have a child, a lot of my wants are no more. It's not about me anymore. I can't get
what you're saying, but it went from the men.
But most married men are, if he's gonna provide some of that balancing out that you said. He's gonna do that.
He might stumble for a month or two. He might stumble for a month.
He ain't taking no 3 trips out of the year with his boys. He's at home with his baby. He's not going on those woody trips leaving her at home.
To the log cabin for 3 days.
He ain't doing that.
No, I hear what you're saying, Precious. All I'm just trying to say is, yeah, some men stumble, but I think in the marriage, the stumble, that it's levels to it. Some guys stumble and never recover. I'll give you that. But some guys stumble, understand, get to realization, and they just step up to the game. And it's much easier if you're married or let's forget married, living in the house with the woman.
Right. And for some, it is a struggle more than it is for others.
That's it. So we've come to an agreement.
Right, because it just is, because you don't know what to expect. They don't know what to expect. Yeah, you're on board. Yes, you're going to be there. Yes, you're going to relieve her at times. But until that baby actually gets here and you find out the sleeping patterns, or the baby might be colic, like there's so many things that could go into, when the baby gets here. And for it to just be, oh, we just snap into, we're just with it. Like, that sounds good. But at the end of the day, when the actual baby gets here and your time has to go to, especially her time is going, like y'all said, the first 2 years. And there are a lot of men that are like, oh, well, she not all up on me like she used to be, and we don't spend the time together, and as if there's not a newborn baby in the house. Like, those men that are like, okay, well, what are you doing to relieve her of, the duties of having a baby? Because I'm sure that if you're helping her, a woman would be very thankful and grateful for that. I mean, and give you what you need in return. But a baby does bring a shift and many changes. And so, men have to be aware of those things, like postpartum depression, because that's a whole nother monster in itself. A woman can just, flip the switch and not want to have anything to do with you or the baby, but that's your wife. So, how are you then handling those situations? And those are situations that people do need to hear about, because more people I saw an article about more people, are getting married now. And however, the rate of children being born are going down. And so to the people who are getting married and who are having children, it's very nice to say that everybody's going to, click into gear, but that's not always the reality. I
hear you, but like I said, when we have these conversations, we can't, I don't think the exceptions make the rule. I just don't think so. I just think that, or else why anybody get married? I mean, there's got to be some synergies to being married, some serendipities to being married, some buffers from the bad things that happen because it's two people. Now, I think that when people get married, they don't know what's going to happen, but the potential of certain happens. My wife might get postpartum. I might have a colicky baby. I might have a baby who sleeps through the night. I might have a baby,
she's going to gain weight.
Right. So I think we kind of, I think we
they won't be like they used to. Like, there's a lot of
but what I'm saying is things are anticipated going in.
So you knew that on your first child. You knew all of these things your first child.
No. You knew the possibilities of certain things on the first child. And then you get the kid and you see what box they fit in. My wife didn't have postpartum.
I was 24 when my daughter was born, and I didn't know.
I didn't know. I didn't know. You knew exactly, but
I didn't know. Or I'm saying
you weren't married either, though.
I'm saying as a man, I didn't know or think about none of that because
some people did, though.
I didn't say that they didn't. We're talking about you guys are acting like people are.
You guys are acting like men don't think about these things.
Acting like everybody's aware when everybody's
no,
not.
but you guys sound
That's
like
what you're
everybody's
acting
not
like.
aware.
No, that's not what we're doing. We're saying that there are men out there who are just not aware of what their woman's body or
they're not the rule. I don't think they're the rule.
So hold on, Frank. This is the thing, though.
I don't understand how that.
This is the remedy for that. Navigate through it.
Yeah,
that's the only thing that you can do. You got to navigate through it. That's how we figure it out.
Facts.
Myself, the first baby I've taken care of was my brother. He's 8 years younger than me, right? So when I had my first child, it wasn't hard for me to understand what type of diapers, how to change diapers, and all these different things. Now, this is the thing. You got to love what you're enthralled in, right? You got to love it. I love being a father. I love when I had the baby. I was tired as shit, just as much as she was tired. You know why? Because that baby shifted everything we had going on. And I didn't care about those other things no more. I cared about what was happening in my household, especially when it came down to my baby and my baby's mom.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
We're not using that term.
No, not my baby mama. I'm just saying my baby's mom. I'm just saying the mother of my baby. And this is the thing. When I
caught you, Jason.
So I'm on the outside. Now, understand this also. I was just aware that I have to build a certain bond with my child, right? This ain't got nothing to do with her. Has everything to do with me and my child. So it's certain things that I was doing. Just like what you were saying, Frank, my child went everywhere with me. An infant. I'm playing basketball because I used to play basketball after work all the time. So instead of me going straight to the gym from work, I had to go home first, check in there. She got some other shit that she was planning on doing or whatever. Guess what I'm doing? Packing the baby up, getting a little diaper bag, all the stuff that I had to get in there, put that baby in that back seat, take the baby to the gym, put her right there on the bleacher. Guess what she doing? Chilling. Everybody else over there. Hey, that's just what it was. If I had to go to the store and she wasn't there, I'm there. I'm with the baby as much as I could. And now, remember, I'm in the military. Yeah, so imagine how much I wanted to be with my baby. Imagine how much I can't wait to get off work. I don't want to see all these green ass niggas no more. I want to go home because that was my sanctuary. I had to deal with all that shit all day. I'm going home. You know what I'm saying? And then as the child gets older, things starts to shift another way.
Yep.
You dig what I'm saying? So we got to navigate. That's the thing. And if you are not willing to navigate through it, that's where the problems end up happening. That's when you start having all those problems because this shit is all new for us right now.
JT, my bad. The only thing that you like out of everything that you said, that was all of that was great. The only thing that I think Precious is trying to say, out of all that, the one thing you didn't mention was what the woman was going through. Is basically like you didn't mention, like you mentioned, like you wanted to have that connection with the baby. You was picking the baby up. You doing this. You giving the woman this. As far as you getting the baby off her hand for a little while. But she's saying like the things that we don't think about, like so you said I think you said your wife had a C-section, right? So like we don't know the effects of that and how it's going to impact her. Like we don't know when she look in the mirror what she gonna see and how that's gonna change.
But I did say that. That's why Precious said. That's why Precious said. No, that's why Precious said we're not gonna say baby mama, because I said my child, and I need to find out the well-being of my child's mother.
Okay,
absolutely.
So
when she had to I had to help her get the pad, all the bandages and all that shit. So her C-section can heal and all these different things. I spent a lot of goddamn money, dog. I'm trying to tell you, for shit that I didn't even use that I thought that I have to use. I was navigating through it. That was my whole point.
Yeah, and I feel it. I'm just saying that. The only thing that I was saying about it is I agree with everybody's like aspect on the panel. Like I think we all have some valid points. I'm just saying that a lot of first time parents on both sides, the woman is not aware of what's going, like what changes is going to happen after. She don't know. Like I know a lot of women who feel like they can't lose weight after a baby. Like and they don't know how to handle it because now they looking in the mirror and they never lost the baby weight. Like my daughter mom snapped back like 2 weeks later, but a lot of women, they like my daughter's mom, she because she always been slim and skinny, so she automatically, it looked like the grape came out basically like out her stomach, and then next thing you know she was back and people was like, damn, you had a baby 2 weeks ago. But there are women who have a baby and then they just can't lose weight. They're like, what the hell is going on? And I'm saying that they just as the man, you don't understand it. You like, yo, like, what you tripping? Just go to the gym, like, because that's what you're gonna think,
Not
right?
me.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying when people aren't aware, and she's going to the gym and she's like, I looking in the mirror, like, damn, I can't lose weight for nothing, and then it just starts to take a hold of the relationship.
Frank, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let y'all have it. Let me tell you one of the things that was so dope about. That's why I said you gotta love what you into. You know, you in this shit. My kid's mom, she was like a size 0. She had a booty, she had a little bit of hips, but she ain't had no titties, right?
Yeah, hey.
Boy, when she got pregnant and she had that baby, I was just like, you got titties, baby. You got, and it was the whole thing with her gaining the weight.
What to do?
The whole thing with her gaining the weight. So she's like, oh my God, I done gained this and I done did this. I done got, and that's the thing about us navigating through it. So guess what I have to do? I have to make sure that she's going to be cool with me looking at her and I'm cool with her, right? I'm all right with you. I like them big old titties you got. Look at them thighs you got on you or whatever. What I'm saying is I'm making jokes, but what I'm saying is that takes, that's a couple thing. When she can't lose weight and all that, she gonna express that to me. I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm not gonna be sitting back and all you gotta do is go to the gym type of dude. And I understand what you're saying, Frank. Motherfuckers are not willing. That's why I say it. The remedy of it is you gotta understand that you gotta navigate through it. You're gonna be making all kind of damn mistakes. That's what life is all about. But at the end of the day, you gotta love what it is that you into. You gotta make the best out of it. I think people are not willing to make the best out of these things, and they think things are supposed to stay the same.
Right.
No, you're supposed to embrace the change.
But listen, man, I'm gonna stop being nice on this part right here, right? Salute to the women before these damn modern ass people. Salute to the brothers and sisters before us, right? Because a mother would have 8 kids and be a size 2 by 6 months after. What are we talking about? We talking about a whole lazy ass generation. Everybody love to fuck, but don't nobody want the responsibility of fucking. Let's be honest. Because nobody knows what it's like to raise a child until you have raised the child.
Yeah.
But the love that you should naturally employ into your child should override all about other shit. I've known plenty of single mothers, 4'1" with heels on. All the children are over 5'5", 5'8", 5'11", 6 foot. They wasn't going around talking about it is too hard to raise these dumbass kids I got. No, they understood the mission once the child is here. Yes, you're going to go through some stuff, but back in the day, Precious, the women were a village to the other women to support them through that shit. They show up for your baby shower, but they ain't showing up for your growing pains after the fact. A man, yes, if it can go back to, I don't know, if it can just be in a situation where when a woman is pregnant, if they can maintain a relationship with the baby daddy, especially after the baby is born, allow that father to still have access to your child. Most men, I ain't talking about the dude that you was sleeping with that's sagging his pants and shit. I ain't talking about that dude. He gonna be a ragged ass dude most of his life. But a dude that's working hard, that work out at the gym, might be a little athletic, you give him an opportunity to be a father to your baby, it'll change both of y'all life. Because you might be slow, he's slow, at least somebody go give some love to the baby. I hate when people make excuses about rearing children. Mothers of old, man, you ain't never heard them complain about their slow ass kids. Everybody had ADHD, but they had a greater respect for themselves and they pushed it. I'm just saying, man, everybody, listen, think about it. The man, the baby, kids, the bed, the women. It's so hard to raise a child. Hell yeah. Being a single mother is one of the hardest things a black woman to ever do. But they embrace it. And if you're going to change the future, you can't.
Can I add a little bit something to this? I take what you're saying, and this is based off of what you just said, Ferg. These children don't end up being children for long. They end up being, we supposed to rear them to be what? Adults. You know what really fucks up a man is when a child is 16 plus years and that man ain't had shit to do with that child. You know what really fucked that man up? When that child end up being successful in spite of him being in that child's life. And a lot of men see that, especially the men that had that absent father. That's why, when I hear a lot of millennials, they be like, "No, I'm gonna be in my child's life," right? We see the shift where you see men that are actively and they're consciously saying, "No, I don't care if I ain't with her or not. I'm gonna be in my child's life," because they saw the pain in an old ass man's eyes when he had children that's on this earth that were successful, and some of them that wasn't successful, and that man had nothing to do with that. That shit hurts. You don't hear a lot of men speaking about that shit right there. You don't hear a lot of men speaking where that child don't want to have shit to do with him once that child gets to be an adult and they're a father or a mother themselves, and the things that comes behind that. This is why the remedy, Frank, for men is to navigate through it. The remedy, Precious, for women is to navigate through it. Nothing good comes out of being a single parent. I don't give a damn how you look at it. That child will still be successful in their, endeavors in life, but they always have what? Some mental issues. They always have some other shit that's going on that traumatized them. This is why we say, no, the way that we look at it is this. You can't get around the whole marriage thing. The togetherness, cohesive, synergy. Because when you try to do that and then you try to have those outcomes of people that have that synergy, it's not going to work for you. That's the difference. So when we are speaking about it, there's a message in what we are all saying. We are definitely not saying that everybody on this side and everybody on that side. I don't even want to go into stats. I'm just telling you, based off of what we see, we all can agree that when the synergy between a woman and a man is together, the growth of that child, the chances of that child being able to grow up and have less problems than a lot of these other ingrates out here having is high. When we don't have that synergy, it's where we had a problem. That's the real message, synergy. So we do have to have empathy for each other. Not just the man having sympathy for the woman, but the woman has to understand that man is not able to have children. I was picked to have children. So let me understand what's going on his side too. Goes to what Frank was saying. Shit, motherfucker don't be knowing. So she has to be aware too. This man is out here trying to navigate just like I'm trying to navigate. When we seen that first video that you had with the two women, the women, I mean, the woman and that guy, they was sitting there talking about the whole sex thing, and he crashed out on her a little bit, and then they got a chance to talk about it, and he laughed about it later. That's what they call synergy. That's the problem. Guess what we end up having right now? We have women and men that are being with each other, and they already got some shit that they ain't even untied. Most of these men are getting with women that already have 1 or 2 children already. That's the problem that we have right now. So the experience of that man being able to be with a woman that just has his child, a lot of these motherfuckers ain't experiencing that shit no more. So that's a whole different dynamic. Whole different dynamic. Well, we were just speaking on this, the guys that sat back and got married and, they ended up having a child, whether it was planned or not, they had that child and they had the synergy that came between that. When you start adding all that other shit that's happening right now in the moderate world right now, oh man, that's another show. Whole different show.
I think it's okay. I get what you're saying and I respect what you're saying. I just think it's okay to, like, sometimes we got to also realize that the people in, like, there's people in the audience also that don't have a great marriage going on, and they don't, like, everything is not, like, you know what I'm saying, like, sunny for them. I'm not saying everything's sunny for y'all. I'm just saying that, like, in a lot of situations, the baby coming, it's just different. And so that can bring about different trials and tribulations, and put strains on a marriage, because you don't see your wife as much, you don't get as much time with her. And if you want to take it from a marriage position, like, you don't get as much alone time. You got to wake up in the middle of the night. And I'm not saying that you don't deal with it. I'm saying that sometimes these things put strains on a relationship, and it would be good to also be able to, like, talk to those people and tell them, like, yo, like, understand where you coming from, because some of the people in the audience right now, they're probably looking at y'all like, damn, everything was just sweet. And I'm not saying that it was, I'm just saying, but they could be like, damn, it wasn't like that for me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and this is a chance for us to be able to also reach them too. Like, and I get what you're saying is when you're saying, if you do it from a marriage aspect, then it's going to be different. And this is true. But some of the people in the audience also have been in marriages or were married, had children through marriages. The Wife School podcast, I think she was commenting and saying stuff. But you know what I'm saying? Like, just to say, like, yo, like, we get it. We understand. We understand that people need to be made aware of these situations. Fellas, you're not going to know. You're not going to know all the time about what she's going through. Like, you're not going to know. Ladies, you're not going to know. But then we get and still be able to get there. But to just, like, totally just disregard it and be like, nah, like, I was just totally aware. We were like, we knew what was going to happen. Like, I think that it just comes off like, damn, like, everything was good because we were married. Or we had some situations and this, but it was just that. But we got to speak to what people are also going through in the real world also too. That's all I'm saying. That's
I don't think that we're saying that that's what it is though. That's my whole point. My whole point is that, again, I'll go right back to what I told you. The remedy is that you got to navigate through it.
No, I feel you. I feel your point. I understand what you're saying. Like, I got it you know what I'm saying, when you said it the last time. I was just saying that it just, like, for a lot of the conversation, it just came off like, well, you wasn't married, so shit, we knew what to expect. Like, you know what I'm saying? But most people just don't know what to expect when you're having a child, man.
Right, because most people don't plan their children. Most people are just having sex. Okay. There's so much information out there that you can read on beforehand.
I don't know why we have to say what the horror stories out there. I said most people. I didn't say everybody knows what's going to happen. There's a string of possibilities.
We're talking about possibilities. Horror stories. We're talking about.
Well, I'm saying people know possibilities. You don't know what you're going to get, but you know what the possibilities are when somebody gets pregnant as a baby. You don't know exactly what's going to happen, but you know it's a string of possibilities. She could have postpartum, or she might not.
I'm saying a lot of people don't know that though, bro.
But they do know. Hold on. Frank. Here's why I don't give it a pass, right?
I'm not giving it a pass, bro. I'm just saying
listen. Here's the thing. A lot of women go to their doctor's appointments. The doctors are talking to them about these possibilities. These people just don't go there and let them. They let them know. Listen, here's a little brochure on postpartum, just in case. They take that shit and they fling that shit out in the car in the parking lot. A lot of people don't read it. This is the modern mindset. Most people, me and Precious having a child, right? She got the information. She might not read it. Here, the doctor gave me this right here. I get to reading through it. Okay, it's a possibility that you could go through these. Well, I don't feel like that now. That's because you feel like that now. Then as soon as she had a baby, all of a sudden she's going through it. Now I got the pamphlet. I can scroll through. Okay, so she's displaying this type of symptom. Okay, you got it. And I can do that if I'm there in the home, if we're communicating, if I'm around you. You can't do it if I'm 8 blocks away. And if the person don't take it upon themselves to read the information, this is a modern time. All these modern people are smart as hell, but have no answers to nothing. So the information is there.
More information than anybody.
You gotta go get it. There's no more excuses because the kids are slow. They overweight. They damn near reading on retarded grade level. They emotions are unraveled. They're ready to fight everybody. They don't respect themselves. They don't respect other kids. They doing too much. And I guarantee most people born before 1980, y'all parents wasn't sitting around talking about it was hard to raise y'all unless y'all was just bad as hell. It was hard to raise you by herself, but guess what? She didn't complain when you was a kid saying that shit. These people are saying it to their kids. They saying it, and that's destroying the whole psyche of any young person. To get on the not, everybody know we can't own stuff. If I don't know, man, maybe it's me. Maybe I am getting old because I tell you what,
just getting old because
this new crack era shit is diabolical. It's crazy.
Maybe we need some young blood on the panel because y'all been in y'all relationships and y'all
they gonna be in their feelings though. They gonna be I feel.
Yeah. But if everybody gets down in a hole with those people, they ain't gonna get no better because they just being coddled. They just being coddled.
It's gonna continue to get worse.
I think we should, I mean, everybody's stuck in, Yeah, I mean, we're all dog shit stupid when we get to have babies and kids and shit like that. We don't know goddamn thing is going on. I just don't buy that. I don't think it has something to do with my age.
No, it's not that. It's just that, I think we're all saying things that are relative to the clip and relative to what people are going through. However, the journey itself, to get to that that oneness, like Wife School Podcast said, to get to that oneness does take time. Adding a baby definitely puts in more time. You have your way of doing things. She has her way of doing things. You come together. You have to find a way to do it, that and that oneness. And then a baby comes along and now you got to find that oneness again. So it's not that you guys are saying anything wrong. It's just that you have to give credence to the people who may be going through these issues that you're not, or that you did not.
Yeah. I think we just talking around each other. I'm not saying we didn't go through those issues. I'm just thinking that it's an individual thing, how long it takes you to come to the revelation on what your issue is, right? And then how you handle it is on an individual basis as well. Maybe it's a surprise, maybe it's not. You still, even if it's not a surprise, you still got to handle it. Let's put it to that. Right. So then some people might know the issue and still handle it wrong. All those possibilities are there. I just think that the road to the solution is better when two people are working together, as opposed to not being together or being in separate homes and stuff like that. But like I said, I don't know if there's any right answer to these kind of questions.
It's going to It's going to be difficult in these days right now because nobody is really putting credence to this thing that everybody is saying oneness. You know, that's the thing. The synergy is the part of it of people are not talking about. So we can't. I'm telling you right now, I'm not. And there's no man that can actually understand what the woman is going through if they're living in two separate houses and she's pregnant. That shit don't work. I don't care how much you want it to work, how much you want that man to be having the empathy and all of that stuff. It just don't, especially if they don't even know each other.
But JT, he might not know what even if he's living in the house with her. I think that's the point.
Well,
that's on the maturity of the man, you know, and his willingness to do it. But you know, you said something. I wonder how much empathy we need to have for each other. It's also layered, right? Because we have different roles in this life, right? You know, women are going to go through certain things that I can't help with. I could understand them, I could empathize with them, but you're going to go through them. The titty's going to swell. You're going to have some soreness. You're going to be this. You might bloat. All I could do is look at you and say, "Hey, listen, I'm still here for you, babe. Don't worry about it. I got you. I'm not going nowhere. You're a little chubby, so what? I like to play in the folds." You know, I mean, you know, so, I mean, that's, you know, so all I'm just trying to say is there may be never any perfect synergy between the two of you, and maybe it doesn't even have to be. You know, I mean, like I said to myself, it's a lot of shit that I will go through that I don't expect my wife to have to go through. And then she's going to go through some stuff that maybe she don't think like me, but some things you have to carry. Everybody has a cross they got to bear. Whatever in that term, right? And I can't bear some of your cross for you. I can understand that you're carrying a cross, but it's your cross to bear. You know, and sometimes we just got to come to that realization. I can't have the baby for you. I can give it to you, but I can't have the baby.
I give it to you. I can't.
I tell women all the day, you're going to do the heavy lifting. That's why I tell women, no matter how we slice it, women are going to do the heavy lifting when it comes to babies.
And if they look at it this way, I'm having this baby for you. Damn, it's a whole different ball game. That's a whole different ball game. I'm having this baby for you.
But the postpartum come in.
I'm gonna carry the bearing for our family.
Look, for the postpartum come in though when they holding that baby after they just delivered, and that baby look like Frank. Shit. I thought it was gonna look like me. Now it look like you, and look, it looked like me, and I ain't even there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes it's a good or a bad thing.
That's all I'm saying. A lot of that
look like Frank. Yeah.
I'll just take a joke, man. Don't be over.
My daughter looks just like me, dog. So
but what I'm saying is, in reference to the postpartum, the baby looked like you, and you off doing your thing. You see what I'm saying? So she mad at you.
Yeah,
she mad at you.
You got the baby that look just like your ass.
I thought it was gonna look like me. That's all I'm saying. So when the father ain't there, the kid is gonna catch all that hate. All of it. The kid gonna get all of it. He ain't gonna get no love. He barely gonna get a good meal. He gonna be overweight. The girl gonna be overweight. She gonna be wearing a weave and shit in her head by age 9. The boy ain't gonna have no sports. He gonna have cheerleader feet. He might be trying on the boots and all that shit. So it's just all ugly to me. Allow the fathers to be active. Is all I'm saying.
I think there's just a few fathers, man, who are married or maybe not married, but just a few people who revere their women for having their kids.
Yeah.
You know, we appreciate the women who have our kids. We need to ferret those guys out. We really appreciate the women who have your kids.
She said something that was intricate. I would love to have someone that is younger. These folks that are a little bit younger that can come up and express.
Talk about it,
exactly.
It's nice to hear them too. Watch them stumble and bumble and talk about how the baby boomers.
Like I told you. Yeah, my youngest child is 23, so it's been a long time since I've had to deal with a baby. Now, I have a grandson, so I had to deal with that, but that's a whole different level of something.
He can go back home at night, can't he, JT?
Did you ever done the video, or is that it? Is that the last video, Precious, or what?
No.
We beat this shit to a pulp, man. Ain't nothing but wine after that. That's
we're gonna get to the next.
That's good. Yeah, let's go ahead, man. We'll see if I can be a little bit more agreeable on this.
This one is Aries Spears and how he's talking about his career and how he just wants more and he wants more and he wants more, and he gets kind of put in his place a little bit. So we're going to watch it and give our perspectives afterwards.
Since a kid that I want to be, I want to be the with the mansion.
No, why? How many rooms do you need?
It's just always been my dream since a kid that I want to be that dude. I want to be as big as Kevin Hart.
But you are that dude. My thing is,
in terms of talent and ability,
right? But
my pockets don't show that.
But you know what? Your equation, I get it. But your equation you'll never be satisfied. I'm just going to tell you this right now. I'm going to be real.
Hold on.
No.
What's your number? Stop. What's the number?
Your
What's
equation will never be satisfied. Why? Because some other will come along that'll take and blow the world up, and you'll want to be that. And there's some other and have as talented as you or possibly more, and then you're going to get upset because again you focus on everything that is not you.
Hold up.
Everything you want.
Wait a minute.
But not what's in your present space.
If tomorrow you got that mansion and that big bag of cash, you think a switch is just going to flip on for you and that you'll automatically be, this is what I deserve and I'm a happy man today. If tomorrow that happened for you.
From that aspect of having it?
Let's say you said, okay, you want your flowers, you're the GOAT, you dreamt of this mansion your whole life.
Yeah.
If by midnight you move into that mansion of your dreams and you get everything you've ever dreamt about, the money, the bag, the mansion, whatever it is, do you think that you could sit there and be like, okay, I got it, I'm fulfilled, I am happy?
I would be happy if I got that plus the things that really matter.
What are the things that really matter?
I'm not a great father to my kids.
Okay, we're getting
my
somewhere.
Heart just exploded.
I want to tighten up my relationship with my son.
Oof, do that, and maybe the mansion will follow.
And as much as I love the woman who I want to marry for the third time, I cheat.
Mm-hmm.
I f women.
Yeah.
So I have a problem.
So you have holes in your body that not a mansion or a bag of cash will ever fill.
Whoa, wait. If I'm going to up, let me up with the mansion, but not saying I want to up. I'm just simply saying that exterior that's what I've dreamt about. That's what I want. Now, if I got it tomorrow, that part I could check off the list and go, I got it. But I still would need that other to be in place too.
Which one can you control?
Yeah.
Why not both?
You can't control both.
Why not both?
How you won't answer that? Do you see?
Which
Mo,
one can
ask
you-
it again.
Well,
Which one can you control?
The surface answer.
Or your relationship?
The surface answer is the relationship.
All right, then.
That's not a surface.
But listen,
what's real.
My manager used to say to me, "You want
if you ever do this again, I swear to God,
What?
This your hand toward, you're doing some sorcery."
No.
Okay, all right.
His quote was,
I have it too, dude.
His quote was always, you want to be rich, you want to be right. Because very rarely in this business can you be both. And I don't subscribe to that. I think you can be rich and right.
No.
Is it a harder path? Dave Chappelle is rich and right. He does whatever he wants.
But that's
says
Dave
whatever
Chappelle.
he wants.
But Dave Chappelle doesn't have the same circumstances. So when you tell me, hey, he's other women, hey, he doesn't have a great relationship with his kids, then come to me, then step to me.
Hold on for a
But
second.
you are, no.
Okay.
You're telling me you have an opportunity, that you can create an opportunity to be wealthy first here and then see it on the outside. You're trying to get it both at the same time. You're never going to be rich out there. You know why?
Because you ain't rich here.
No, right, because you're bankrupt. You're bankrupt, Aries. Aries, you're bankrupt.
That's a great.
But my thing is
that's a great chapter in a book.
No, it's the real. Brother,
You're
I
spiritually
love
bankrupt.
you. You are bankrupt. And my thing is this. You don't have to be. I know you. You're a good man. If you want to be a good father, continue being a good man. I know you, Aries. So don't with me, because right now I'm serious and I'm a little pissed off.
No.
I'm a little pissed off. You're a good man. You have
sometimes too good.
You can find out.
He's okay.
You can.
He's an okay man.
No, but it's not. This is real.
No, but let me tell you something. Listen.
Don't go for the outside. It won't make you happy. And thank you for bringing that up. You can be a good father right now.
The things that
you can be a good man to your wife right now.
Whew.
Ain't nothing like getting told off by a bald-headed woman, man.
He didn't used to be bald-headed either.
No,
I know who Debra Wilson is.
Yeah,
She's
used to be fine too. She was fine when
Debra
she
Wilson.
came out.
Yeah, most definitely.
So he wants all the things on the outside, yet there are things that he can control within his reach that he chooses not to because he wants all of the things on the outside. So what do you guys?
You got a lot of insecurities.
How would you guys? What is your perspective on the video?
Okay, so Aries Spears don't like who he is. It's a task for him to be able to follow the process. What he keeps doing is, and just hearing him speak, he's talking about somebody else's life, right? Aries Spears is 2 years younger than me. You got a couple of more Christmases, homie. It's about over with. I used to look at Aries Spears as a very he was a funny comic and a comedian, right? At one point. But you know, when you hear this man speaks, he talked about his relationship with his child, his son, I think he was saying. He also talked about him being a cheater. So that's why Debra went off on him, because she was saying, that's why she said, you're bankrupt. Because you have all these things in front of you, but you want the things on the outside of you. This is where it came to the point where I was like, no, we got to love what we are into, right? I'm a comedian. I'm going to try to be the best comedian that I can possibly be. And I'm going to make fun. This shit about to be fun as hell for my life, being a comedian. He doesn't. That's why he is what she considered to be bankrupt. I wouldn't use that word, but I'm just saying from what she...
Emotionally, I can say he's bankrupt.
I could just say he's piss poor. I wouldn't say bankrupt. You piss poor. Fuck bankrupt. And one of the reasons is because he doesn't like his life. How you gonna end up being a millionaire, and you right there, you've been at the damn doorstep for years, and you can't break through that doorstep. It's because you don't trust the process, my dude. You never trusted it. I'm in a relationship. But you know what I have a problem with? I cheat. I don't have a great relationship with my kids. All of these things he's putting out in the world, and he's saying, I need help, but I refuse to get it the right way, because I don't think and I don't believe that there's a process in everything that I do in life. This is what a lot of men end up being. This is why you got a lot of men that end up hating other men, because they're so enthralled in what they want on the outside and not looking at all of the currency and value that they have here and how they can make that better. So for me to sit back and I tell all these folks, and I'm talking to these folks, you gotta understand too, this dude drinks, and he drinks heavily. Could that possibly be a problem, Aries? Nah, nigga, because I only drink a little bit. See, that's what we do. Shout out to the crack era, right? So when we're talking about these things that we want as men, it's taxing on us when we can't be successful according to us, not according to everybody on the outside, according to us. According to him, he has never been successful. He has did some great things, And that man don't even find currency in that because he's looking at what Kevin Hart is doing. He's looking at what all these I ain't got the mansion. The mansion is overrated, bro. Most of these motherfuckers ain't living in mansions no more. They living in regular ass houses.
but also remember, JT, what are they willing to do to get into those spaces? Because he was one early on was like, listen, I'm gonna be who I am. I'm not gonna change and fall into that where these guys are in these Diddy parties. I just think over the years, and this is what sometimes when people are trying to break it into Hollywood and be someone of a public figure, understand that they're gonna look at your background. You ain't gonna be able to be running around out here in the street slanging children everywhere and they put you in a position to represent them as a whole. It's not gonna do it. Most guys that get in those positions, whether they do it right, well, I ain't gonna say do it right, whether it's perfect or not, a lot of those guys are married coming in. And, so, as on a bigger picture, I don't think most people look at it in the capacity where, okay, he's a comedian. He's been rocking since the 90s. Over 30 years almost, he's had a career, right? He's had opportunities, but his lifestyle outside of his career can deter and prevent you from getting into those spaces where men who are in control of those opportunities are, because they all coming up in there with their wife. And, and again, this is what I'm telling my son, you start making children out of wedlock, then you're going to have to navigate that by yourself. I can't navigate it for you. I'll buy a big case of diapers for you and all that, but you're going to have a relationship with your child. You're going to have to work that out on his own. But, it's just funny how, he comparing his life to other people. To me, he doesn't like himself. And that's why I asked, can you accept your ugly? And it ain't about the physical ugly. It's what's inside your heart and your mind that's ugly. And he has some mending to do that could probably leapfrog him into those spaces and opportunities, because he identified what the one problem was. Well, two, I cheat and I have a son that I'm not talking to. If he can mend those, that could be a breakout segment for him on YouTube, because now it's a lot of men who are in his position, millions of brothers. And if he can sort of find a way to knit that together, you never know. He can be ahead of a Kevin Hart, because just like my man Terrence Howard, they wasn't at the Diddy parties. They wasn't getting the back end. They did it the right way. And sometimes it just takes a little courage. But
you're right though, man. He definitely suffers from the mirror on the wall. Who's the funniest of them? Moral syndrome. So he's got that problem. And like I said, I think the lady was right. Saying, listen, if you make it right with your son and your wife, now you don't have so many degrees of freedom. Those things are fixed. And that's what that means. They're fixed. Now you can concentrate on something else as long as you kept those things fixed. I heard that they had this experiment once where people have a lot of shit going on, and they just told them to put their keys in one spot every day when they get home. Just put your keys and make sure you just put them on that hook so you don't have to look for them. And then you start fixing other things after you get that into a habit, and you start to chop down the tree one thing at a time. So, but as far as I'm concerned, I think in his head, I think he feels his die is cast. I don't think he sees himself as successful beyond where he's at right now. He wants it, but he knows he's not willing or capable to do it on his own without some little help. Now, I'm not a guy who says go to therapy, but if anybody needs somebody to talk to that can help him, he does. He does, because if you really want that brass ring, you should start doing the things to get that brass ring. And if it manifests itself in a big house, then the things that you need to do to get to that house, he's not willing to do. The sacrifices he needs to make and all those kind of things, or the corrections he needs. It's not sacrifices, but corrections he needs to make. He's not willing to do. Or else he would have done them and put them on the list. and knock them down. You may not get the house, but it's something to shoot for. When you're shooting for those kind of things, other things open themselves for you. You know what I'm saying? That might not be what you thought there was, but it might even be a better blessing. So I don't know, man. You know, I never thought he was all that funny anyway, but
no,
he's making a living out of what he does, though. But he's like,
when he was on Mad TV, that like
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying, like at that during that time when I was coming up and Mad TV was cracking, like you know he was it.
Yeah.
But the thing is that you know your choices outside of you know he was one of the guys. He said I'm only gonna I'm going to go down the path that I want to go down. You know, I don't want to have to do what everybody else is doing to make it and do all of this. Like I'm me already. Like I'm on Mad TV. Y'all see me every night. I'm doing all this like and y'all see like I'm the one of the main attractions over here. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see how funny I am. I'm going on tours and I'm making this money. But he like, yo, like if I'm gonna get in the film and all that, I'm gonna do it my way. I'm gonna be me. I'm from New York. I'm gonna be New York everywhere I go. And once you made that decision 30 years ago, and then the 30 years went by, and now you see where you're at, you have nobody but to blame but yourself. And then to come in and say, well, man, my kid, like I want to be a better dad to my son, but I mean that nice house over there, like you know what I'm saying? That like that's crazy as hell. Like I want to be a better man to my wife, but man, that mansion over there is looking real. Come on, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like
it's written that if you don't treat your wife right, God won't even answer your prayers.
Your wife and your children, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, like your prayers won't even get answered. So this is a prime example of that to me. He's wanting this big house. He's wanting all this money. He's wanting, yet the thing that could catapult him to get where he needs to get is simply treating his wife with some respect. Is simply loving his child, something that costs nothing. And you know how many people are out there like that just want everything in the world. They want all these good things to come to them, yet they don't even treat their family right.
We see Precious, we see it in our children. We see it in our children. That's where you see it first in your children. If you have a child and you sort of disconnect, and even if the man is not in the child's life, he suffers also. He suffers at least 2 or 3 times more. And even the mother who prevents a father from having a relationship, she suffers also.
Absolutely.
Everybody suffers, but nobody's thinking about the child. It's about what they want, and that's where you fall short. Especially, I just seen some things in growing up, and even for myself, when I was out of whack with my son, my shit was out of whack. Shit was funny. I was like, damn, what? But then when I sort of understood in my early 40s, I'm like, oh, okay, I can see it. And things just started happening. Yeah. Just blessing after blessing, like, oh, okay. And I wasn't, caught up in like, oh, now I'm doing this. No, I'm quiet as a mouse. Now that I'm older in my 50s, it's like, okay, I'm like, I earned that shit, but if brothers and sisters work together, a lot of this shit could be a thing of the past real fast.
But the one thing that I will say is that this is not uncommon in people in like in entertainment business, in the professional like comedian and professional athlete world. Like it's not uncommon for you to see somebody out there who came up, went from Soul Plane to like making millions on millions on millions on millions, like, and you're like, well, damn, like when in the 90s I was funny. Then you see on the opposite, you see a guy like Robert Downey Jr. who was hard drugs and getting pushed out of and got pushed out of the industry for a long time. But what he had to do, go back, reset, get his life together, get off of this shit, came back and started doing Iron Man, making all this money again. Like, it's just, bro, if you want to change the outcome, you got to change the situations and stipulations around you, bro. Like, you cannot be doing the same shit that you wanted to do. Like, I remember somebody said, yo, I remember when, like, they was like, yo, I remember growing up the whole time I was saying that I wanted to be an adult because I can do what the fuck I want to do. I could just do whatever I want to do because I'm an adult. I can leave the house when I want to because I'm an adult. I can go where I want to, when I want to, because I'm an adult. And then you become an adult and you realize that you can't. You know, when you want to go on a vacation, you ain't got no damn sick time. You ain't got no leave time. You got to be your ass at work and you got to do what you got to do. You got a wife and you got kids. You can't just leave the house when you want to all willy-nilly because you got people that you got to take care of.
And so they depend on you.
Yeah. Right. And so all of these things that you wish for, that you think, oh man, when I become an adult, I'm letting you know now. That's why I be telling my daughter every day, yo, enjoy being a kid.
A kid, yeah.
Enjoy it. Like when she be telling me, I don't want to go to home, daughter, I'm letting you know now. You're in high school. You need to go to every homecoming dance. You need to go to every prom that you can go to, because when you get out here,
ain't none of that shit.
All it's gonna turn into after that, you gotta pay to get in, pay everywhere you go after that, and all of that money. And I'm like, and you gotta understand that right now you don't gotta pay for it. It's all coming out of my pocket. But when you go do your own thing, guess what happens? Now you got to pay that little $25 for gas because you know that $25 is going to keep you on the road this week. Oh, damn, insurance hitting. You want to be an adult so bad. And at the end of the day, when you get it, you're going to be like, damn, can I have it back? I wish I could go back to my high school days and just live life. You know,
I told my daughter the same thing, my youngest daughter. I said, you do understand that you're going to be an adult way longer, God willing, way longer. You're going to lap those kid years. You're only a kid for a very minute time compared to being an adult.
And it goes by quick.
Yeah, and it goes by very quick. But we can't see, because I remember somebody was telling me that, right? And they was like, this is going to go by fast. Bro, they ain't lying. They're not lying when it comes down to it. And the thing is this, with people like, and I know that it's not about Aries Spears, it's about the mindset, right? It's about the mindset. So when you have us as adults, a lot of us, we do not get to the next level. 50 years old, and I'm still thinking like a 22-year-old. I missed every train that was going past me. I missed every opportunity that I actually had. I missed all of those opportunities because I was thinking that these things that I was getting myself enthralled in was an opportunity, but they wasn't. This is where when we start talking about the maturity, right? Maturity is about just being aware, right? Understanding the process. And then there's this thing called, what you guys were saying tonight, revelation. Understand where the message is, right? So you can get to the next level. So the most of us, we won't get to that next level because we keep ignoring the process. We keep ignoring the things we got to go through. And everything takes some level of pain. Some level of pain that we got to go through. Something has to break us so it can make us a different version of us. That's why. That's why when I say it, and a lot of other brothers say the same thing. That little kid that we have that was back there, we got to get him off our back. We can't be that kid anymore when we are going through the things that we're going through in life. We have to learn how to have the tools that was given to us. Sometimes we acquire them on our own. Sometimes they're given to us. But we all have those tools. A lot of us just are not conscious enough to be able to use those tools. It's like I'm a mechanic. I'm just using that whole thing where I had a toolbox, a $5,000 toolbox, right? And every tool that I had in that toolbox, I've always used them. Every tool. I'm talking about, and I had a lot of tools. Anything from ratchets to wrenches to splicers, to everything. I used those tools, right? And sometimes I had to invent my own tool. Sometimes I had to, because I'm like, none of this stuff is there. A lot of people, if you engineer or mechanic or anything that's in that realm, you understand what Snap-on is. That's a hell of a motherfucking brand. Snap-on is the shit.
Snapple, it is good.
No, not Snapple.
I'm just joking.
But it's because they invent tools because they talk to the mechanics, right? We have a process that we're going through in life. And if you talk to the right person, they're going to give you that tool. Sometimes we have to tell someone what our problem is in order for them to even be able to talk to us. And sometimes they give us the insight for us to invent our own damn tools. That's basically what it is. When you a genius, Precious. I'm telling you, because all of these things ties into one another. Right, all of these things that we went through, all the videos that you came, they all ties into one another. And the thing is that we have to be more aware so we can navigate. Everybody is going to go through problems. We're going to have the points of pain, those pain points that we have, right? That's what builds us in being the people that we are, the things that we go through. This is how we know how strong we are. The strength in us, how we can end up innovating. This is where it comes down to, because basically that last video that you showed was a man that did not take the time to actually innovate the relationships he have with people. Women he in relationships with, he was married 3 times, 2 times before he's married now. And all these crazy things. He have a problem with his son. He has a problem in Hollywood. These are relationship problems that this man have. And he kept ignoring the tools he has. He got a toolbox and what's some things where you have the tools on there, the little holsters where you can have it. And he ain't using all the tools that he have. He just keep using that same old little wrench. That same little broken down damn flathead screwdriver he got. He got a ratchet set, and he got all kind of other shit that he got. He got power tools and everything, and he ain't using them. That's why he's where he's at 50 years old in life.
This is a situation where you can't get out of your own way. That's what that's another way to explain it. A situation where you can't get out of your own way, and there are some people who just never do. You know the same dude that still always, when you talk to him, he's still reliving his high school days. Those were the highlights of his life, and he was all state, and he was the best running back in the city, and he could throw the ball over a mountain. Ain't that what he said on Napoleon Dynamite? I mean, I could throw that ball over the mountain right now.
Oh yeah, his uncle.
Back in high school. No, but
Bundy, the other dude, what was his name? Bundy from Married with Children. Al Bundy. The Al Bundy syndrome. Yeah,
he rushed he was the first person ever to rush for 6 touchdowns in a high school game. But I mean, he made it to become a TV star, but the fact that that's it was his claim to fame, though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so sometimes when people reach those heights, when everything is just, it's like everything is coming your way so fast, right? It's just like, damn, life, I'm getting all this money, I'm on TV every night, everybody know who I am. Yeah, I'm Aries, dogs, ain't nobody going. And this could be, you can replace Aries with any name, Eric, Janelle, anybody. You can fucking, you know what I'm saying? You can mix this name up, but it still goes into the same thing, man, because I know people who boxed and were right on the cusp, and they still live their lifestyle like like they were when they were there.
When they were there,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, and so like you think about it, you're like, damn, man, I had all the hoes, but now you got this woman, and you still like, hold up though. I used to do this back then. Remember that? I had all the hoes. I still got all the hoes. Like you just don't want to change. You just don't want to get out of your own
still
way.
that same person.
Yeah, it's like, so you still living like you were still at this high point, and you never get the hunger back to go get what you really want. And then you sacrifice all of the relationships as if you're the Hall of Famer. You know what I'm saying? You sacrifice all the relationships as if you're a Hall of Famer, because you're like, yo, I had to be dedicated. I had to do this and I had to do that. I had to be in the gym 30 hours a week. But you sacrifice all that time. You didn't get to where you wanted to get to. And now all your relationships is still sacrificed at the end of the day. And you never make the change to go back and get it. You never have the revelation. It never comes across your mind like, damn, hold up, I'm just me.
Yeah.
Like that shit ain't there no more. All the glitz and glam, it ain't there no more.
Yeah.
A lot of people think those people gonna be there. They think they're gonna still get the 2,000 likes every time that they post. And that shit go down to 105. Then it go down to 15. That shit hit you real. That shit hit you real.
That's
different.
a higher desert. This shit turned into
real different.
Yeah, man. Most definitely. Hey, I had a friend that was actually and we were in the military together. And when he got out the military, because he only was in there for 3 years. And I just remember when he got out, and after some years, I have followed up on him and things like that. By the time I followed up on him, it was probably about 15 years later. He ended up, he was right now, he's a pastor. He has his own church. He has a different wife that he's married to. But it was crazy because when I seen him and I talk to him now, I'm like, that's the same person, right? But that man has grown up so much, and he talks about his revelation, right? He has these mug shots. After he got out the military, man, he ended up going to a life of crime. He had these dreads, you know what I'm saying? He had like 20, like even on like, if you look on his Facebook page and stuff, he has this whole thing where he has all his mug shots. This man has over 30 mug shots, right? You see him now and you hear him go out there and he's talking to his people. He has a congregation, small congregation too. And he gets to talking about who he was. It's hard for those folks to fathom what he's talking about, right? It's very hard. Now me, I can, because I'm like, I remember when you was wild. I remember when you got kicked out the military. I remember when you had that mindset. But when you hear it now I also saw who he is right now. I saw that. I saw it in him. He was the first person that actually got introduced me to who Farrakhan was. Heard him before, heard it in rap music and stuff like that. But he actually was giving me like the videos and stuff of these serums of Farrakhan. And that's what got me to the point. He left that, went out there and got in them streets, and it was terrible for him. Now that I seen, he came back full circle. Man's life is beautiful right now. And one of the things, and it actually was a message to me, right? I wasn't like that, but I'm like, damn, you got to trust the process, and you got to be a part of it too. You got to be right there, one with that process, and you got to be willing to go through the pain. This is the things that I'm listening to him speak, and I'm like, damn, this is the shit I was telling him, but he took it a whole different level. Mm-hmm. And he inspired me. So when we talking about an Aries Spears, this man, he got all those damn tools. He never used them. It's on you, homie. You don't like who you is because you didn't do what you were supposed to do. And it was told to you. You was telling it to yourself. You kept ignoring yourself. And that's basically what it is.
Well, we're going to get on to this last video. This woman says religious men are a red flag. The first part of this interview, she started out by saying how, I believe she's 37, 38. She talked about how she would, the youngest man she would date would be 25. And then the second part of her response was that religious men are now red flags to her. So we're going to get into this, and then we're going to watch the video and then get into it.
I don't know, bitch. You hit me. I'm less and less interested in religious men, if I'm being honest with you. I told Paul this the other day. I don't know, bitch. You hit me with the man of God thing. But
you say God a lot on your podcast.
God?
Yeah, you be like, God, oh my God.
Oh my God. No.
Oh my God is different.
Oh my God is different than being a man of God. If you're leading, I don't know. I've just had some. I've had some negative experiences with people that lead with their religion.
Are you religious?
Not really. No. So I would say I'm a person of faith, but I'm not. I was raised in a Baptist church, very, very religious family. I don't think that just because you're a Christian that you are, not living a good life. I'm just saying, if that's the first thing that you bring to the table, it's a red flag for me because
I don't. They're hiding behind their religion.
I don't care. Why? What does this matter to
happened
me?
with that before? That's what that happened.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might have a trigger behind that.
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah,
I absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm acknowledging. I'm triggered by this, and it's become a red flag for me.
Wow.
I'm not saying that if you believe in God that you are a red flag. I also don't give a fuck. So just tell somebody else about it. I think for some men, they think that that's what women are looking for. Like looking for a good Christian man.
Yeah.
And some people are, but just not me. So
but this is my thing about religion too. Like, like man may not like lead with it, but some men needed to pull them out of places. Like when there's nothing else, like I felt like religion like pulled me out of some dark places. And like I believe
religion or faith.
Faith, probably faith,
right?
More so than like
because to me those are two different things.
Okay,
believing in God, having spirituality, having a connection with your spiritual side, praying, all of those things I do.
Yeah,
but
same. But religion is different.
To lead with like let's go to church on Sunday.
I'm Christian, I'm Catholic, I'm Baptist, whatever it is, that's like your religion versus I'm a man of faith because I pray, I believe in a higher power.
But also for me,
to my spirituality.
I feel like a lot of men that are extremely religious think that if we get together that I'm going to start doing that, and like I'm not.
Right. So she's not looking for a man of God. She seems like she doesn't want any religious type of man. My thing is, you wouldn't have the faith and pray to God and believe in God without religion first. Religion is the practice of doing those things. But you guys wait. I'll come back in.
Yeah, it's true. You wouldn't have it without those things. But it is something different about, when someone is always leading with their religion. Like one time I was about to date this girl, and like the way that she talked about other people, because and she would always say, I'm religious, I'm not spiritual. And I just don't like the rest of y'all worldly people, y'all don't understand. Like, and I'm just like, damn. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it turned like people off to the point to where like I don't even want to even have the conversation with you, because how would I even be comfortable wanting to grow or coming to you to grow in that area if I felt like that was a factor in my life? You know what I'm saying? But you were just so negative towards other people because you felt like, well, I'm religious, and so if I'm religious, nope, I'm not. It's just you guys too worldly for me. Like, but then be the same person in your car, listen to all this secular music all the time, bumping all of that, right? So but you looking down on everybody else. And so like that was the one thing that I did not like. I was just like, why does it always seem like you looking down on other people? Like I just could not understand it. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm like, you can be and practice whatever you want to practice, and you know, if you believe in that, if you believe in a higher power, you believe in, you know, the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, you know, you believe in, you know, you believe in your, you know, the was it Muhammad, and you know, you believe in these different people who are all God, right? But it's just like the fact that every conversation was like negative. I just could, like, I was like, I can't see myself doing it. And it wasn't, you know, and so it kind of just turned me off. Like, I'm like, damn, like, you know, even if I wanted to go back to church more often, like, you made me feel like, because I don't go to church often, that now, like, I'm the worst person in the world, you're better than me, and like, it just is what it is, and you're better than everybody else who don't go every Sunday because you go Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Like, so it was a big turnoff. So I can get where she's going with that, and I'm not saying that was her. You know, maybe that wasn't her her situation. I just know it was my situation, and it only happened once. I was just like, yo, I can't do it because of that. Like, it just was all time, every day. I can't remember one positive conversation that we had where she was positive the whole night about any different topic that we would talk about. And I just couldn't do it.
That's Joy Taylor, man. Joy Taylor is embroiled in all kinds of. First of all, this quote saying that she needs to get banged out every day, and she was having an affair, allegedly. She's named in a lawsuit and all that. So they took her off the air, and she was messing around with a director from ESPN. No, is it ESPN or
ESPN?
FS1.
FS1, right?
Oh,
and she was talking to another lady, and the lady told on us, and she said to the lady, "Yeah, if things go bad, that's when I put the lawsuit in against that guy." Said he, So she is definitely for recreational use only, and she admits it.
But see,
so she ain't looking for anything other than to have some fun. I mean, she says some of that stuff on her own.
But
yeah, but as far as religious, I know why she don't want nobody religious. Yeah, so she's being honest, I guess.
But there's a lot of women like lately online, and it's been more and more and more ladies coming out just saying that religious dudes are just they're religious. I'm just telling you. Like,
I didn't hear what you said, Frank.
I'm saying that there's been it's been like an uptick, and like you probably can check out all these different videos on YouTube.
What did they say about religious dudes?
They're just saying that they are like that they feel like they are red flags because.
Did they say why?
Yeah, but I mean, I of course I haven't watched every video. I'm just saying that they were just all just giving stories about how either like he was, you know, super, he can like where it was like, I don't even want you to talk to your family. Like he was super controlling in that way, or he was doing these things that made her be like, damn, but hold up, aren't we supposed to like love and cherish our family and all this? And no, you don't talk to your family, you talk to me. You know what I'm saying? Things like that.
I saw that too.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there has been an uptick in talk about it.
But let's look at the reality of it, right? Over the last 40 years, most black men have separated themselves from the church. It's not very many solid brothers running around in that church. And the brothers that do go like that, who they may be referencing, they understand that they can go there. It's two sides to that, JT. You're right. The brother they talking about, just like the preacher, He understand. I can run through every damn thing up in this church. And I can, but not a lot of brothers are in the church speaking that type of way. It's very few. And the ones they do it, they recognize that they can run through the church like that. So the fact that they speaking like that, because it's amazing because women don't believe in the Bible or the religion. I don't think most women believe in the religion because they don't follow the laws of the religions. They dissect what they want to work for them. They don't follow those laws of those religions.
Like
and most brothers, whether they believe in a religion or not, they try to follow some form of the law. The sexual part, they don't understand it. But most guys, even if they don't understand it, they ain't got nobody throwing cake at them every day and all day. You understand that there's work to it. But I'll say this about my own mom, man. I love her to death. Yeah. My mother could go to church when I was a teenager. She would go to church. And I guess I could, looking back now, and I guess I can see the stresses of being married to my father. She could go to church, come home at 2:00 and curse all of us out for 20 minutes. I used to be like, Mama, you just came from church. And my mom was on the nurses guild, but she still didn't tell us, I hate you little ugly motherfuckers. Y'all ain't shit. She didn't ever say that. She just got upset because she gave us expectations and rules before she left and we didn't follow through. So she had the right to be in our ass. But the fact that she was coming from church. But today, most women that out the modern style, they'll run around all week, go to church, think that that erases everything, but they still don't pour back into their children. After they done, the preacher gave me a good word today. And the preacher's going to always only talk about the enemy. Who's the enemy? Why are we going to church every day, giving our hard-earned money and then we still having some of the worst results? It makes no sense to me. We got some of the worst results when it comes to our children, our lifestyles, and religion. We follow Christianity. This is I could be wrong. It's made to keep people subjugated. Mm-hmm. Most people are good in heart, but when you start believing certain ideologies,
most people are not good in heart.
Well, yeah, I believe they are, but it's about what they learn too. It's about what they taught.
We're all dirty.
Most of those bad things are learned behaviors.
Right, we're all dirty, filthy rags. We all need the grace of God every single day.
Most young kids ain't out here just going crazy. Motherfuckers go.
That's crazy. But so when she was saying the difference, she was saying that she's not religious, but she's in faith and all of that. They're very similar to each other. I mean, if we look at the definition, religion, the belief or worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods, right? And then you look at the faith, the complete trust or confidence in someone or something. And then there's a number 2 to it. And it says the strong belief in God, again, belief in God, in the doctrine or of religion based on spiritual apprehension, rather than proof. It's the same thing. They're both are synonymous to each other. That's the whole thing. So when someone tries to use this as two of, I'm not religious, but I have faith, that's bullshit when they saying it. Going to what you were just saying, Frank, when you say that, because I've seen it also where you had these women that are talking about this whole thing of being these religious guys have red flags, right? However, there's another part of this internet thing where you got a bunch of damn women talking about the type of man that they want. The first thing that's on the list is a God-fearing man.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You dig what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you have all of these women that are just saying whatever the hell that goes on their mind. They're just adopting other women's ideology and they're just spreading this shit around with each other. Because this is the thing that I do know. If you are around, if you have a man and you really want that man and you ain't in religion or you ain't in a church or whatever the hell that you're supposed to be in for you to be enthralled, and you say that's the type of man you want, and you get that man, you better be careful what the hell you ask for. That is not a man, that is not a great man to be around when your ass ain't following anything when it comes down to discipline.
So
if you got that real man.
Yeah, so I think the difference, right? You brought up faith and you brought up religion, and then there's, I mean, I don't know how close, maybe because so spirituality is a personal journey of seeking meaning, purpose, and connection with something larger than oneself, right?
It's religion.
And so right, and so but it says while religion is more formalized, right? But then it says spirituality can be cultivating compassion, self-awareness, and a sense of interconnectedness with others and the world. And so so when I heard that girl saying like y'all this and y'all that because y'all of the world and this and that, that shit was just like, I'm like, what? Like I have a relationship with God, you know what I'm saying? Like I have my personal relationship with him. Like I wake up, I got my Bible app, I make sure I get my verses in. Like I got my personal relationship with him. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, and if I have a wife and my wife wants to go to church and do these things, like, yes, I'm open to doing all of that because I feel like, yes, a family that pray together will stay together. You know what I'm saying? All of those good things. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that at the end of the day, it's like when you're coming off as I'm like you're judging everybody is where that shit threw me for a loop, because I was like and I guess sometimes you would see that when you were growing up, when Arlene walk in with her hat and everybody like, look at Arlene again with her new hat. I guess you would see it a little bit back then, but just to hear somebody just like, you know what I'm saying, be talking about God all the time, but then just be negative.
What you're talking about when it comes down to the judgment is this: she has no discernment.
Well,
just a motherfucker just sitting back talking about everybody ain't this because you ain't me, right? It's no real discernment. It's nothing that. Listen, and I'm gonna let you go, Payne, with this.
No.
When you have people that actually are serious about the faith that they're in and the things that comes with it, all the nuances that come with it, and you have a real conversation with them, man, it's something totally different because they're not talking to you in judgment of you. However, it will reflect on you. You're going to be talking to them, and then you're going to see the reflection from you. That's where you can have a real conversation. But what you're talking about is with that, when y'all this and I'm that and all this, just like when old girl was just sitting there talking about, I'm not religious, but I'm faith. It's like, all right, you just
hanging out, baby.
You just hanging out, man. You loitering.
Okay, Terry. What's going on, man?
You're loitering. You ain't supposed to be. You're trespassing. But I right there, man.
That's a new guy up here. What's going on, John?
Oh man, I ain't seen him in a minute. What's up, Terry, man?
What's up, Terry?
What's going on, boy?
What's happening, man?
What's up, bro?
What you got? Come straighten us out.
Yeah, I got to defend my church brothers because I go to church on the regular.
Okay, good. Yeah, let's talk about that, man. Do you see a lot of brothers in there? Your age.
The church
and
I go to, but they honor men and they respect men, and these dudes are some stand-up dudes. I mean, I know dudes that was on the fire department and they were third in command, and they stick by their principles, man. They take care of their family, they pay their bills, they give to the church, they serve their community. So Frank he's talking about a certain section of people, right? And he's talking about a certain woman. Just because you had a bad experience with one person, that doesn't cover the multitude of people, right? You're talking about a one experience, right? Like I love when black people say, I had this bad experience, I'm never doing that again. You eat Chinese food, you have a bad experience with some Chinese food, but you go to another Chinese place, don't you? But you always got these super standards when it comes to black people or it comes to faith. What you say?
I never mentioned black at all.
Was the girl black? Was the girl black? Frank?
I'm saying period. Like,
no, Frank, was the girl black?
Of course, I love my black women.
Okay, come on, man. Let's not play these games, dog.
No, I'm just saying, but I wasn't talking about just black people. That's all I'm saying.
But race plays a part, Frank. We're not gonna act like race doesn't play a part.
I'll let you have it. I'm gonna let you go.
I mean, listen. I mean, did you see the video, Trey, with Joy Taylor?
With Joy Taylor?
Yeah, there was a video that she talked about. That's why we're talking about this religious.
She's
thing.
ridiculous too. Just because it's like Cat Williams had this. He said this one time in the stand-up. He said these women talking about these ain't shit niggas. No, the niggas you fuck with ain't shit. He said all cats ain't like that. So don't make all black men trash because you found a bunch of dumb niggas. But people love to do that. They like to take their experience and make it the multitude.
Oh yeah.
Well, all you can do is live your life. So like when people are talking about their lived experience, then that's what you. That's
no. But your lived experience is not the overall.
That's not
experience.
I get what you're saying. I get what
No, it's not what I'm saying. It is what it is.
That's what I said. I get what you're saying. Two things can be right at the same time. Like, yes, that could not be. It's just like majority of women may not be out here twerking, but if you look and you see a video of women twerking at Lululemon trying to protest, then you're gonna be like, damn, those black women be out here twerking everywhere. Like, that's what happens. You live or if you're in Lululemon and then that's what they're doing as call it protesting, then you're gonna be like, yo, this is some wild shit. Like, your lived experience. I'm not saying it's the end all. I'm not saying it's the end all be all, but it's something that you actually went through and experienced. That's what I'm saying. So yes, you're right. It does not mean that everybody in the church, or everybody who is super religious is like that. That's not what I'm saying. But all I can do in my life too is go off of my lived experience, but I can still know that there's other things outside of it. Yes,
no. Frank, you're more than willing and capable and able to do the research, to do the work.
Just said. We're saying the same thing. I said two things can be right at the same time, which means that I agree with you. That's what?
These two things.
Gentlemen, hold on for a second though. Because Frank is right from the standpoint that most people see the world through the prism of their own worldview. However, the mistake they make is they project that shit onto others.
That's what I'm saying. And then they get on these platforms and make it seem like this is the only way life is being experienced. That's bullshit.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I never said that was the majority of people.
No, you didn't say that. But I'm just saying most people project the way they see the world onto other people, and
that's why.
No, Frank, but you did say you experienced that girl. No, Frank, you did say you experienced that woman, and it made you not want to go to church again.
No, that's not what that's how I know you wasn't listening. That's how I knew you wasn't listening. I literally just said
coming up there triggering Frank on that.
I literally just said I don't go to church a lot. I said, but when I find a wife, and if that was what she wanted to do, my wife was like, babe, I want the family to go to church more, then we would do so. Because I'm open to that. So that's what I never said that.
But hold on. So you telling me you would choose church because she wants to do it, not because you made up your own mind?
I said, but if my wife wanted to go more, then I would go. That's what I said.
What's wrong with that, Jay? What's wrong with doing that?
I don't think you should do anything just because somebody wants you to do it. I think you should be your own mind.
Hold on for a second. Let's examine that. If you're going to be in a relationship with anybody, I'm just getting on your case. You end up, listen, if you're forcing your way to do it, that's one thing. But there's nothing wrong with acquiescing to certain things that your significant other wants, because you're going to want her to do some of those things for you.
Facts.
You know, so going to church can't be the worst thing that.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's the worst thing.
Is, listen. I was a Catholic when I met my wife.
All right.
And before we got married, I got baptized as a Baptist. And for me, it's only one God, right? I'll dip myself in the water, man, just for the hell of it, you know. And, you know, because so that's how I looked at it, right? So I got put on the thing, got dunked down and baptized but as a Catholic, I didn't have a choice. As a Baptist, I had to make a choice to get baptized. So that was a different. So me and the wife, we're Baptists together. We go to the same church for our whole marriage and the whole kind of 9 yards. She works at I don't mind doing something. She wants me to go to church more. And, so it sometimes it interferes with football season, And
That's how you gotta football fan. Y'all can watch online church before the game. Come on.
But bleed over 1 o'clock, man. I gotta get to the sports bar and have my
But our people have been through so much. Are we just trying to live or are we trying to thrive?
So you mean we got to go to church to thrive?
No, I'm saying you take yourself through experiences that you want to do. Yeah. You have to be invested in it, not just doing it because your wife wants you to do it. You know how you get a great and I know I'm gonna say this to you, to get a great marriage. You gotta, y'all both have to be invested in these things.
Yeah, but you're stretching what we're saying to the extremes.
You're taking it.
I'm not saying it to the extreme.
Yes, you are.
You just said I would literally do it just because my wife wants to do it.
No. I said I didn't say I would do it. I did convert because my wife was a Baptist, right? So, but what I'm saying is that's not the extreme, right? The extreme, you're making the extreme like that's the only thing you did. But we have.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. You took it that way.
Hold on. I'm saying the way we invest, the way we live, the way we raise our kids, we both are in full agreement with all of that kind of stuff. There's no conversion there. We agree with something. So we can't just say just because you acquiesce to a wife over this issue or that issue that you only doing it for one. You can't be in a relationship without some kind of compromise.
I didn't say you couldn't compromise.
But you can't.
But
you can't belittle it when it happens. Then
you should do it on your own will and intuition, not just because.
Okay, what do you mean?
Ask you to do it.
Are you married?
I'm in a relationship.
Are you married?
And I plan on getting married.
Okay, so you're going to make some of those compromises based off what he said.
Have you made any compromises?
But I'm going to want to do it. The way our pain set it up was like, oh, she wants me to do it, I'll do it.
No, I didn't say that.
Do you know what a compromise is?
Well, the way you say you just dipped in the water, like
he's not dipped in the water.
I didn't say she made me do it. I did it because I wanted to do it.
Hold on. I couldn't hear Precious.
It wasn't a big deal to me. I wasn't latched on to some goddamn Catholicism where I had to go through some kind of revelation to become a Baptist. To me, we're praying to the same God. That's how I look at it. I know Baptists don't believe that, but you know what? He's the same damn God. You know? So, because they're all born from the Christian religion. So, all I'm saying, it wasn't a big deal for me. I agree with you on that. She didn't ask me to do it. I did it on my own.
That's not what you said earlier, though.
That's how you took it. I said my wife was a Baptist.
I responded exactly to what you said.
I said I converted because my wife was a Baptist. I didn't say she told me to do it.
So where's the gray area in that?
There's no gray area.
Because my wife wanted me to do it.
No, I didn't say that.
He didn't.
We can play the tape back.
He didn't say that.
We can play the tape back. I didn't say that. I said she's a Baptist, so I said I wanted homogeneity in our marriage, so I converted.
But this is the thing, though. So, like,
whatever converted meaning that, I got dipped in the water when I was older. When I was a baby, somebody dipped me.
Even if I watched church online, because that's what a lot of people had to do during COVID, and a lot of people stayed that way. They got stuck through it, right? They liked still being able to go to church, but they did it from the comfort of their home, right?
Yeah, the Bible also talks about not forsaking the assembly of others.
Hold on, man.
No, before you go on this soliloquy, I gotta interject that in.
Bro, you let me
sometimes
finish.
You go on a long rant.
No, you gotta
Can
let
you
me
shorten it though?
Bro, you gotta let me finish so you can actually.
Yeah, but shorten it though. I don't need you to give a dissertation.
Bro,
JT, crack our adults, boy.
You've been responding to some shit that I ain't been saying this whole time. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, that if my wife was like, babe, I want to go to church at least like twice, like in the building twice a month, and we can stay home twice a month and watch for like that's still a compromise. And so at the end of the day, like I would be like, you know what, boo, like let's do it. You got it. Like because number one, I know that that's something that my wife wants. It does not mean that I'm gonna be like, hell no, I don't want to do it. Just be like, no, because we still go to church, we still pray together, and we still do that. But if she said I want to go a little bit more, then I would be like, okay. That I don't see. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing. That's a compromise. It's everybody compromises in relationships in different ways.
I didn't say people don't compromise.
It's nothing wrong. So I believe that you do have to have that. You have to have that inner being to want to do those things. You shouldn't. I don't believe you should.
That's all I was saying.
Just because your wife. Because I was in a situation in a relationship, I wanted to go to church, and it was like he kind of came begrudgingly. Right, he could work his schedule around. He was the manager. He was the boss. He could do that on Sundays. Grudgingly went to church with me, and that don't feel good because I mean,
don't. And that doesn't grow him.
If you're gonna come, you have to want to do that before your relationship with God, not because I want
to the opposite side of what I'm taking it to. But I understand what you said.
Right. Well,
but you're right, though, Precious. I agree with you.
I'm just
trying to leverage my wife so I can get into heaven.
Oh, shucks, the piece in the
building. JR in the building.
You can't get into heaven off of
Yeah, you can't get there off your wife.
When your wife gets to the when your wife gets to the pearly gates, God ain't gonna be like, well, where you at?
Yeah, they might turn your black ass friend.
Hey, Precious, they gonna be like, okay, ma'am, come up. Sir, we gonna talk to you over here, bro.
Yeah, slide to the other line real quick. You're in the wrong spot.
You come this way. Stand over there on the red line right there.
Don't worry about the door underneath your feet. Don't worry about that.
Get in that line with brother Frank and brother JT. Y'all go. You get in that line with them.
Why you gotta throw me over there, dog? That's why.
You have to want it. Like, God loves a cheerful giver. So if you're not cheerfully giving your time to the Lord, if you're doing it for your wife, it still won't matter.
Yeah, he don't want robots.
Exactly. It won't. It won't matter. He created you with a specific purpose.
What y'all talking about? What do you mean?
But does
I've been looking for a
robot. Okay, so I have a question.
Where yours, bro?
So I have a question real quick, right, in reference to what we're talking about. Can a man go directly to the source, the word himself, and they meditate it together in their own home without going to the church?
Of course, because
and they move according to that.
Because the Bible also talks about not forsaking the assembly of others.
Right, no. but you also you also are supposed to be the church. The church is a building, right? It's a building with four walls.
No, the church is the people. It's not the building.
Yeah,
right. No, well, what I'm saying is going to a place called the church is a building, but you are the church. The people are the church. So absolutely. Do you have to necessarily go? I would say you should fellowship with others and not say that in the word. But at the same time, if you share that with your wife, your significant other,
it's the same. Just like if you was learning education and you never went to school, You won't get the same experiences if you went into an institution and then you can learn from other people's experiences. You're limiting yourself when you stay in your own little bubble and you're only taking from your experiences. You don't have enough knowledge. It's not enough in you to grow you to where you need to really go for greatness to come out.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I do agree with that. There's a difference between online school and going to the campus. It just is.
Absolutely.
It falls in line with leaning to your own understanding, and that's all that you are.
Right. That's all you know. That's all you know.
You learn different when you're around people.
Right. There are people who will verbally give their testimony that can touch you where you're not speaking your testimony, but yet you get a revelation from someone else. So there is a difference.
But the law is the law. It's unchanging. It's how you interpret those words. The Bible is written as it is. And if you follow that law according to the law's plan, there's going to be ebbs and flows as you reach your blessings, as you get older.
Get around the right people to interpret the Bible.
But again, our modern technology, our modern people, they should have more access to be able to dissect that. And sometimes when people are in a position to where they are reciting the word, they give a skewed version of it, and it misleads a lot of people into believing.
People are flawed. What are you talking about, Coach Bird? Just like you're in the military, you'll get some instructors that do their own thing.
But again, you still had the law. You still had that manual regulation too that would always give you the correct answer. It's up to you how you interpretate what you have read. I always believe in reading also. A lot of people go listen to the word and, based off the studies I heard about these pastors, 70% of them don't believe what the hell they reading. That's why they give a skewed version, because also in that word, it gives both parties the responsibilities. And we know people getting that word ain't following their responsibilities according to the law. That's why we ain't getting married no more. That's why we having partners, and that's why we having all of these extra things outside of what the law says. So
they doing what the hell they
gotta
want to do.
introduce your two gentlemen over here, Precious.
Welcome, JR. Welcome, Darwin. Sorry you were in the back so long. We were up here having this discussion. I didn't even realize you were back there, so I apologize. But welcome to the show, guys. How are you?
I'm fine. What the hell is y'all talking about?
Let me play the video once more.
School.
Oh, I think I heard of this.
Yeah.
I don't know what
it's not playing.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I think I know what.
Oh, just refresh it again. Take it out and bring it back up.
I'm less and less interested in religious men, if I'm being honest with you. I told Paul this the other day. I don't know. You hit me with the man of God thing. But
you say God a lot on your podcast.
God?
Yeah, you be like, God, oh my God.
Oh my God. No.
Oh my God is different.
Oh my God is different than being a man of God. If you're leading, I don't know. I've just had some. I've had some negative experiences with people that lead with their religion.
Are you religious?
Not really.
No.
So I would say I'm a person of faith, but I'm not. I was raised in a Baptist church, very, very religious family. I don't think that just because you're a Christian that you are, not living a good life. I'm just saying, if that's the first thing that you bring to the table, it's a red flag for me, because
you feel like
I don't
they're hiding behind their religion.
I don't care. Why? What does this matter to
happened
me?
with that before? That's what that happened.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might have a trigger behind that.
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah,
I absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm acknowledging. I'm triggered by this, and it's become a red flag for me.
Wow.
I'm not saying that if you believe in God that you are a red flag. I also don't give a fuck. So just tell somebody else about it. I think for some men, they think that that's what women are looking for. Like looking for a good Christian man.
Yeah.
And some people are, but just not me. So
but this is my thing about religion too. Like man may not lead with it, but some men needed to pull them out of places. Like there's nothing else. I felt like religion helped me pull me out of some dark places. Mm-hmm. And I believe
religion or faith.
Faith, probably faith,
right?
More so than
because to me those are two different things.
Okay,
believing in God, having spirituality, having a connection with your spiritual side, praying, all those things I do.
Yeah.
But
Same, but religion is different.
To lead
Okay,
with
I understand
like,
what
you
you're
know,
saying now.
like let's go to church on Sunday.
I'm Christian, I'm Catholic,
Right,
I'm, you know, Baptist,
Understand
whatever
that.
it is, that's like your religion versus I'm a man of faith because I pray, I believe in a higher power.
But also
I'm
for me,
connected to my
I
spirituality.
feel like a lot of people that, a lot of men that are extremely religious think that if we get together that I'm going to start doing that. And like, I'm not.
All right, Darwin.
What's the lady in the white? Do you know who the lady? Who's that lady in the?
She's a podcaster. I don't know what her name is, but she's a podcaster.
So yeah, so she don't want a man that's God fearing, but I think it's a deeper layer to it. She knows that typically comes with a traditional role, gender roles. She's not really subscribing. A typical woman earns what she earns, and as a career-driven woman, typically, their lifestyles and their aspirations for their own purpose doesn't intersect with divine order. That it kind of is forces them to kind of change those things if they get a man that's God fearing and on his purpose, because a God fearing man is going to put his purpose up before her, and she would have to be okay with that, and those women are typically not. So I don't know if everybody else got the same sentiment on that.
That's correct. That's the right equation, and it's a simple one. And a lot of women at her level, they don't well, I don't know if they don't understand it or they just don't want to admit that's the reason why they can't get with those kind of men. She came up with all kinds of other horseshit by saying that a man on the square, he's not going to take the bullshit that she's going to want to deliver. She's going to have to be covered by him. She's going to have to be with him on his terms. And women like that don't want to be on anybody's terms. So
she can't go on the record and say that because
she could.
She got a brand. She got a brand, and she's got some image to protect.
If she's a feminist, she can. They say all kinds of shit.
Yeah, but she also has a job that's very public.
She might be losing.
She represents a brand. She's still working for ESPN.
That's one, right?
Yeah, she's on Speak. Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's on. Colin Cowherd.
Hiatus until this lawsuit has to be settled one way or the other.
No, she moved on. She had moved on from Cowherd. She went to work with Acho and them at first.
Oh yeah, I forgot about it. Oh yeah, she was.
But she was engaged
a bust down over there. Huh?
She was engaged at that time when she was on Cowherd show. She was the NBA player Earl Watson. They were engaged.
Oh, she the one that kind of ripped what's it called a new asshole. What's
LeVar Ball.
Alonzo LeVar Ball.
LeVar Ball, yeah.
Try to destroy him, castrate him on damn.
But I definitely agree with that. Because she said that she was raised very religious, which means she knows that there's a discipline. She knows that there are certain things that she would have to follow. If, like at the end, she said, if a man said, I wanted to go to church, I'm not doing it. She's pretty much saying that she feels as though she would be unequally yoked. That's what that is. One going one way and the other one going the other way. So she's pretty adamant on that. And my thing is, what type of trauma would you have to endure for you to be so far on the other side?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what could a man do as far as saying that he's religious or want to be, walking with God, do so bad that you would say, oh,
I don't think it was a man. I think it was her success. She had a taste of independence and success. And it doesn't intersect with divine order or anything a man of God or a God-fearing man would the type of dynamics he would impose on a woman in a committed relationship. Once a woman get a taste of success and independence like that, and she got her own stability, and she ain't got to answer to nobody, it ain't a matter of trauma. It's just a matter of having a taste of that.
I honestly think she was lying about the whole trauma thing. And I had to tell my mother this for my
oldest son. My oldest son, he's 20 now. But what he was so smart and intelligent that if you gave him an out, then he would use that. So I didn't want to really give him no ideas. If you pay attention to that conversation, I believe Paul Pierce associated with some trauma, and she just ran with it. So I don't believe that she really believed that. I'm aligning with how Darwin feel about it, and some other folks may do. I think she just didn't want that structure. That she had 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I think she wanted to be more so on the side of saying that I believe in something versus not saying I'm not a believer. Because whenever you come into a household that's ran to be traditional, you have to act accordingly. There's a certain way that you have to be, and I don't think she wanted that at all. I think she wanted to keep doing whatever it is that she wanted to do at her own terms. She wanted to have the control. She wanted to have the leverage. So I think that's what she fears. That somebody is going to take that control from her. And I've talked to a lot of women that have that. I don't know what happened in their past, but she's not the only one. We see this all the time.
The Ellis Rawson. She got the Ellis Rawson. Same thing.
Typically whenever you've been by yourself for so long, you've gotten used to living your life this certain way. And so your peace, how you navigate, how you move around, you used to just coming and going as you want with nobody telling you what to do, how to do it. But people that have not had
that. Why can't they just say that though? Why can't they just say
that is
I
a
have a different
definite.
perspective, but I'll go after Sean.
Well, that's what you guys are saying is
Hold on,
because of,
hold on. Was Jared, were you done?
Yeah,
I was kind of finishing up a little bit, man. I don't believe that they are aware, and this is not the only time. Think about, I've literally talked to somebody and caught them in the act of lying about something that was just concrete, and they just refuse. Even with the evidence, they just refuse. And so I'm looking at them, they're looking at me, and I'm like, this motherfucker is crazy. There's nothing that you can tell this person that's going to have them thinking anything else in this moment. And it's like, you just really can't explain it. So from that point on, I just said this is just how some people are wired. Some people are going to be better at accountability than others. And some people are just they're going to die on it. My son died on it. I had that story when he ate that damn lobster tail that was in the fridge. Nobody was in the house but him. And I tore his ass up, man. I tore his ass up. I felt like I was beating Jesus. And I looked at him like, damn, if I do anything else, they're going to probably call me tomorrow at school. So I need to just relax because I don't know what is wrong with this dude. He just don't want to admit it. So when you see this in real time, that these things happen, and you just got to stay away from them people. Doing people that you just got to avoid, because if you run into a situation I feel sorry if you marry somebody and you discover that later.
Oh, yeah. White School.
Welcome, White School Podcast. Welcome back, Sean.
Hi.
Thank you.
Let's hear what the hell you guys.
Excuse me?
Exactly.
Exactly. And this is what I'm talking about. So, and you know what I'm saying? So it's like sometimes men, they can misuse their leadership. Sometimes they're not using it in the right way, and they'll save it under the guise of I'm God-fearing, but you're really male chauvinistic and you don't really know how to lead. You don't know how to love your wife. I was on a panel with OJ Speed. He said that was his problem. He did not know how to love his wife correctly, but yet he operated as I'm the provider, I'm the this, I'm the that. But yet your whole household is crumbling underneath you. Your first ministry is your home. And sometimes you don't even know how to minister in your own home. And you wonder why the kids over here, the kids over there, because you're really not submitted to God. I know it was weird. But you want everybody submitted to you. And I see this all the time. And I see that some women, just in relations, they probably don't want to choose somebody that is like super duper uber religious is because they don't really have a steady relationship submitted to God themselves. You know, they're not fully like, well, I still want to shack. I would still want to, you know, have fun over here. So I'm gonna get somebody that's kind of like in that line, because if you really have a person that is God fearing, he's going to hold you according to the word. And y'all supposed to be in agreement to that. So right now, I don't feel like doing that right now. So I'm going to choose somebody that's a little bit lower than that. And it might come butt you in the butt later. It could. And also myself, I had the same thought at one time, because I seen what some Christian men can do to their wives and totally think that they're doing the work of the Lord, but they're not. Totally stepping out on their wives, cheating. And these are men that you say are God fearing. And you guys do that a lot too. You guys step out of the home. So let's not act like it doesn't happen. It does. And so for me seeing that, I was like, man, if these guys are supposed to know how to love their wives, and they're reading from the same book as me, and they're not doing it, and they're supposed to be the leader in the home, I don't think I want to submit to that particular man. Or why do I see that so many men are doing that and so few are being on a straight and narrow path? You understand? So I was like, ugh. So that's when I dated a Muslim guy. Even though he was a good man, that's a good man in his religion. We bumped heads because I was like, oh man, you know, I can make some concessions for him and acquiesce, but it never panned out.
Why?
Because we were just two different religions. Even though he was a good man, it just didn't work. And I thought, okay, let me try something else that's not in the Christian. But no, it doesn't work. Even if you wanted to
Why
work.
would you do that?
Didn't you not just hear what I just said before?
You dated one Christian man, and he just weaned you off of all.
No. It's not that. It's stuff what you witness. You don't have to date somebody to witness what goes around you, because do we not fellowship with these people? Do we not go to church with these people?
You made a critical selection based off of the experiences of your surroundings.
Yeah, and personal experience. But okay. But I didn't marry this person. I just wanted to see.
Were you Muslim? Were you Muslim?
Oh no.
You were Christian, and why would you? That's what I was saying. Why would you?
Yeah, but I'm saying
why would you date someone?
Do what the lady said.
Were you looking to be? Were you looking to be Muslim?
No, and he didn't expect me to be Muslim either. So that was the thing. That was that.
Were you looking to marry him?
Yeah.
So you wasn't looking at you. So you was going to be a Christian marrying a Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
How that work?
That happens all the time.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
A lot.
So that's what I'm saying.
A lot.
So, but how she's phrasing it is just how I was trying to move. I was trying to move outside of being in that religion.
You enjoy too much credit though.
What
You're saying is not where she's coming from exactly. She wants to be
it's similar. It's in the same vein. It's like
but not the same, because she wants to be a thought. She doesn't want any control. The Christian thing is just a metaphor for the way she wants to run her life. She doesn't want any controls, whether it's Christian or not. And so she's just using that Christian.
I don't think that's what it is. I just don't think. I just think that it's. Well, you're not a woman.
I mean, no, but okay, you're right. I don't want to dismiss what you're saying.
You're not a
what
woman.
you just said.
If you're not a woman, Arpain. So the thing
I don't need to be a woman. I've been around women. I don't need to be a woman to know that.
You have to always be in a leadership role, and I understand that. So if any man that I choose, I still have to come under subjection.
Talking about you. I was talking about Joy. I hear where you're coming from.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about Joy Taylor, right? So the video we saw, she said I think the Christian thing is just a metaphor for the fact that she doesn't want to be under any man's covering.
No,
and, she just wants to be able to run willy-nilly in the street.
He's correct. Our pain is correct, and then you just corroborated him by trying to go under a Muslim man's covering, and it didn't work.
No, actually, it was working.
Well, you just said
was something different.
But that's what I'm saying. The thing is, I can't make my statement because you guys are used to always trying to question people and get to the root of it instead of listening, because obviously I'm not in that way anymore. I'm trying to say that I was trying to make it work like her in that same similar vein, like saying like, well, I've seen what I saw with Christian men, some Christian men, and I'm like, well, if they're not doing it, then this guy's a good guy, right? Because y'all say there's good men everywhere, and yes, they are. So he happened to be a good man, and he happened to be Muslim. So I was like, well, maybe I can try. Let's see how it is. And it was very good. It was a good dating, courting process. But God told me, He said, I couldn't be with him.
You gonna blame it on God? You gonna blame it on God?
No, I'm not. I'm
All
not
right.
blaming anything on God. That's what God told me. So see, now you
Why
discredit
didn't it
God
work?
told me. See, this
Why
is what
didn't it
I'm
work?
saying.
Why didn't it work?
And this was and this is what's bad because
No,
you're
why didn't it work?
on
Why didn't
me.
it work? Why didn't it work?
Why didn't it work?
Yeah.
Because there was some times where he kind of was a little bit disrespectful with, saying some things with my religion and things like that, and I let him know that. And then also it was just our dating time just extended, and he was like, well, I don't think we can be more than friends. And so I said, okay. And plus God told me that I couldn't be with them.
I do have a question. Why did you even deal with him in the first place if you guys were in different religions?
Because I wanted to try dating, and
you wanted to deviate from the word of God that told you to be equally yoked.
Yep. And this is what people do. This is what I'm saying, is
No.
that the lady is deviating from her beliefs. This is what I'm saying. And this is what women do because what they see, like she said, she had a bad experience. So she was like, that drove her, because obviously whatever she saw, you guys can't be consistent.
What did she say?
In your own religion. So you even said it.
No, but that just showed. But you just proved.
And all this and the preachers. So you guys say the same.
No, but you just proved. But you proved that you couldn't be consistent in yours.
Okay,
that was why I asked earlier.
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't have a bad. I didn't.
You said you were Christian. You said you were Christian, knowing that you were not. You were going into a religion, a relationship with a man that you was not equally yoked with. Or right off the rip, you already seen that was not gonna. He's Muslim, you're Christian, and we're asking you. Mm-hmm. Did you not see that was not going to work at the beginning of that?
It didn't seem like it at first, but it was a concern. But it didn't seem like it because I wasn't being.
You didn't follow the law
in any type of way. But this is what I'm saying: if the women are doing that, that means they just want to.
But you didn't.
A problem over there.
But you didn't.
It's a problem. So the thing is, like, okay, you guys said the men are in the church. Why?
No, but you didn't.
I asked you a question. I asked you a question. I said, you said the men aren't in the church. Why?
No, I didn't say that the men wasn't in the church.
Okay, well, I'm asking you, the men aren't in the church. Why?
The men are not in the church because the men have found another way to find where their church is. And guess where their church at? We said it earlier.
To surrender to the church takes responsibility, and a lot of times men and women don't like taking on that responsibility.
And they don't, and that's my whole point. And that was my whole point. She brought it up when she said, this is the thing. She said that men don't follow the word.
Yes.
She said it. You don't follow the word.
Yeah, and that's it. And exactly.
Right, but don't say men.
But I'm saying that's what I did in similarity to her. So she wasn't following.
But you were saying, but you also used
a bad experience. So it's like, okay, fine, let me make another exception.
But we've already spoke on her not even. She wasn't even. She said, "I'm not religious. I'm just. I just have faith." So she didn't have nothing. She was just on the fence. She was lukewarm. That was what she was. And then you said that you followed what she was doing. You were lukewarm?
No, I just wanted to try something different to see because he was a good man, and that was it.
Going against God's word.
Yeah.
So you can't say men. Hold on, because she was sitting back and she was painting this narrative that men don't do it, while showing that she doesn't do it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why
Explain
she chose
that.
somebody that's not doing it. That's what I'm saying.
What we're saying is this:
situation.
you guys don't want to follow the guy, because if you want a real God-fearing man, it's not going to be easy for you at all.
Yeah,
Especially
exactly.
being at right, because you just picking men because you think it's fun. After God, if God say this is where you're at, and you go against God, the man ain't got nothing. He ain't got nothing to go for. Why are you saying and you painting a narrative that men are not doing it, while at the end of the day, you and the woman that we just showed the video of, you guys are not doing it.
No,
Don't put it in. Don't bring it on to men when you're not doing it.
The thing that she's saying is that she had a bad experience with the men in the church.
You wonder why?
Yes,
because she going against God's word.
You guys are being lukewarm too.
No, don't blame it on the men.
As Sean said, being submitted to God requires responsibility, requires consistency.
So then that's on you and her.
I got to get to my game.
But white school,
your game is more important.
But no, that goes on you and the guy and the young lady.
No, but white school, we got to look at the individuals involved. Okay, we don't hear the man's side, right? I would assume that guys that really, really are into their religion and follow that every day, right? They're going to be very accountable. They're going to be very strategic. They're going to be very sort of straightforward in how they move in their life. But look, I'm just talking about those guys that are. And she listen, if I was out of whack, I know me and my house would be out of whack.
No, like they just stayed
in her situation.
On your own.
In her situation,
are you that dude? Are you religious? Are you 10 toes down with God?
Yes, you with my family. Hold up, hold up. Hold on. Let me answer it. Because there was times when I know that I wasn't. Right? Hold up. However, I wasn't trying to force a relationship with anybody when I was not. So as I got a line, and understood that in order for my life to go the way I wanted, I had to follow the law. And once I started following the law, things fell in place piece by piece. Like I said,
that means she's.
So what I'm saying is, those hold up, hold up, but no, that's not what she's saying. She's just saying that what she ain't saying is these guys are so damn straight. They so rigid in following and having that discipline. This is not something that I want. Most women, they think they say they want it, but to follow that word, which is the law for us humans, most don't want to do it. They want to do what they want to do. Because again, I said, if most understood it, guess what? We would have more marriages and less slow ass, and I'll be facetious. Forgive me for everybody who got kids. I love the kids. I'm working with the kids. So for everybody, what I'm saying is, our children would not be in this space because most would have the loving relationships of mother and father.
Period. But I'm gonna tell you, it all begins with the man. As you said, the access to relationship begins with
yes, but the access to the child begins with the woman.
Yes, you said yes. And so where it all starts, if it's that chain of command, it all starts from the head. And so those women shouldn't have to feel like, okay, this guy is ultra religious. Yes, you do be religious, but then if Jesus is love, you also have to emulate that love so that woman can connect to you and not have a bad experience as well.
It's part of my
you
love
gotta have
protection.
a balanced thing here. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying like, yes, please be religious. Boom, boom. But also
why school? You're presupposing that she's worthy of all of that man. You know, some of these women say all this shit, but they ain't worthy for that guy. They're just not worthy.
Why?
I mean, if they listen, I got the impression from Joy Taylor. I got impression from Joy Taylor that she found a guy that was on the square, and she didn't want to live up to the expectations of the guy. She'd rather just be a thought pocket and be able to move the way she wants to move. Tracy Ellis Ross, the same thing. You know, she didn't want she wants to be with young guys so she could dictate. Matter of fact, the modern woman in general now wants to be able to have men on their own terms.
They want to have their cake
And
and eat it too.
and that is never going to happen with really good men.
Yeah.
Because a man who marries a woman on her terms is an asshole. You know, the women gotta be under your covering, so it's gotta be your terms, or else it's just bullshit.
And
You know,
that's what I'm saying.
oh.
Yeah. So
And so women are having
I
trouble
said,
with
like,
that because you know, if you're a successful woman,
Mm-hmm.
if you could be you know what? Here's the thing. Here's the real flex. You could be a very successful woman and still live under a man's covering, because that man will have a wide umbrella. You could do anything you want because we understand what the boundaries are. And the women don't want to stay they don't want to stay in any bounds. They want traditional men, but they want to be untraditional, and it's breaking the world apart. And then we're going to start seeing a whole bunch more 50 and 60-year-old women out there talking all that shit on the internet saying, I'm single by choice.
But the thing is that you keep overlooking is her experience with these specific type of people. Like I said,
that's what she said.
A lot of people can get off in they being so staunch, so rigid that they don't have no ounce of love. But you equate that your love is protection.
Well, the wife school, you have a history and experience in this space, and you know how one-sided and a lack of accountability women come into the conversation with. They never look in the mirror and they never own up to their side. So you really have to take what she's saying with a grain of salt.
With a grain of
salt. You hear both sides.
I can take it with
You
a
know,
grain of
women
salt,
have a
but I'm
history
saying
of not
I have
having any
similar-
accountability for their actions.
I have a similar upbringing. My dad's very strict, and there has been times I said, you don't love me, and I said that as a child, and he said, who told you I don't love you? Well, obviously by your actions it don't feel like it. So sometimes it cannot feel like it.
How old was you when you told your dad that?
Oh, how old was I? Like probably 9, 8. I was
How are you going to use this conversation to be substantial when,
but
as a 9-year-old that does not even understand love?
She's talking about the rigidity of being in church and going all the time. But sometimes
I understand what you're talking about. I'm just trying to figure out, how did it dawn in on you to use that, a 9-year-old challenging her dad on the concept of love? That's a substantial thing to add to this
church. You know this, Darwin, that often people in their adulthood, in their relationships, their situations stem from their childhood. And I don't know why you don't put it all together. I know you do, but I'm just putting it all together. That's that. And then you grow up in it. So you're growing up in this thing and you're like, wow, you see a lot. You're around these people weekly, daily, whatever. You hear things. There's the church news. Did you hear Sister Johnson's man got Sally pregnant? I mean, you see the scandals all the time. The ones that are televised, you see them. And then there's the ones that are local that do happen. And so you're looking at these people, just like the men said, they're not being on their PZQ. So why do I have to go to that church? They doing this and do that. So y'all out the house. And so if the women are seeing this, it's like, man, I don't want a man like that. I don't really want to, attach myself to that because I don't have good feelings and I don't have good memories.
She don't know but she don't know what that man was like. She only heard the headline that he got a woman pregnant. So
I'm
how
talking
can
about
she
like your brothers and sisters. I'm talking about close. I'm not talking about we do see the stuff on TV, but there's stuff that happens in a local church. Look at what happened to the pastor that put the girl that was pregnant out on the front, in front of the church. That stuff happens locally. There's stuff that happens that we don't see.
You talking about the pastor that said he's not gonna throw baby shower for a woman who had a baby out of wedlock?
So there's I'm saying stuff like that. There's
What's
things
wrong with that?
happen locally at churches that we don't know that people experience. This is what I'm telling you.
Well, what I'm asking is, what is wrong with a pastor saying, I'm not going to honor having a baby shower for a woman?
I'm not talking about her situation. I'm saying that there are leaders at the local church that don't do the right things.
So that church, so this particular pastor in
I'm
the
saying
church,
churches.
Well, okay. Well, let's talk about what you reference. You referenced the pastor who refused to give a girl that had a child out of wedlock a baby shower. You saying he didn't do the right thing?
I'm not talking about that.
That was
I'm
one
not
reference.
talking
She used a
about-
couple
I'm
of
just
references.
talking
Why are you
about
honing in on
what
that?
we hear online.
That was the
No, no,
reference that she
opposed
used.
to-
I want to hear that too.
I'm just saying, because you know why? Because I knew you guys it would register with you. And this is the point. This is what I'm saying. I'm just using it as a reference point that we often hear things online. Those are the things
Why did you? Are you saying that he didn't? Are you saying that you used it as a reference? But what Darwin was asking, are you saying that was wrong for what that pastor said? Yes
no,
or no?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
Then why were you
news
using
that
it
we
as a
hear
reference?
that goes on in churches.
Then why was you using it as a reference?
Y'all acting like she said.
No,
She
hold
also
on. You
referenced the
trying to
pastor
save
that
it,
had a
bro.
baby
Yeah,
in his
I
congregation.
used
Why y'all not?
Marvin.
Come
I
on,
coulda
stop it,
used
You
y'all.
brought it up, Sean.
Stop.
Hold on,
Y'all
Sean.
just trying to argue
No,
with this man?
no. She brought it up, Sean. We're trying to get an understanding of why she used it as a reference. You used it as a reference, lady.
I'm talking about situations that happen in the local church.
Why did you use it as a reference?
I am using it as a reference that there are news headlines and there are things and situations and scandals that happen in local churches everywhere. This is what I'm saying.
Why don't we just admit he did the right thing? Why don't we just admit that pastor did the right thing? Let's come up with a better example. Why don't we just come up with a better
I can come up with an example. Okay, then I just said what I said. Okay. There's local scandals that happen at local churches all across America that we do not know about. And that's all I'm trying to say. Thank you. And I don't know.
But I'm just saying that example wasn't a good example.
Well, let's just say that same pastor who did the right thing took money from somebody who didn't do the right thing. Now what? Now what you got to say about that pastor? That's the point. Her point that she's making is that there's a lot of hypocrisy, and we seem to lean on what we enjoy hearing or what we preference or what we prefer to lean on when it's convenient.
Well, let me ask you, Sean. Let me ask you,
Sean. Let me get my cape. I gotta go to my closet and get that shit for you, man.
Yeah, that's when you conveniently go get your cape.
If you guys don't want to follow hypocrisy, why should I want to be submitted to hypocrisy too? And that's why the female.
Wait, so let me try to understand what Sean said.
You led with your hypocrisy.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the woman. We're talking about the video.
No, but Sean, hold on, but wait, Sean said something interesting. He said the pastor can deny the girl a baby shower, but he can accept money from a man. I guess I'm guessing from my understanding, you saying he should only be able to accept an offering for people who don't sin.
No, what I'm saying, if we're going to sit there and praise him for when he is standing in rightful, part of that is also praising him or acknowledging when he's not. And we don't tend to do that when it's convenient to our beliefs or to our preferences.
But that's where his parishioners
And then we
come
sit
in.
there and make all these excuses, pull out capes, and say all this other stuff. When in fact, that's not when we're being hypocritical ourselves.
That wasn't us being hypocritical. Listen. She brought him up to make a point.
I understood that. She also brought up some other stuff. I understood that. That was one thing that she brought up, and you jumped on it.
No, we didn't jump on it. We were asking what was her premise into bolstering that, bringing that one up. Now, the thing is, where do you stand at with that? That's why we asked, was he right or was he wrong? I don't know why you brought him up if you're not saying if he was right or if he was wrong.
I'm not talking about a person being right or wrong. I'm saying that
he ain't gonna do it, and Sean ain't gonna do it either.
I'm not talking about.
I will do it.
I'm saying that people. Okay.
Sean, you explain it then. Was he right or was he wrong? Crickets.
It's not about that. I was saying that there's things that happen at the local church that we go to and that we see, and we're like, "Ooh, I don't want to deal with that." And we'll say, well, let me just opt for these people out here in the world because I get better treatment out there in the world with my worldly friends and my church friends. And y'all do that too.
Hold on, wait. So
this is
let me
what I'm
understand
saying.
this. You're saying
And
that
we'll be
you see,
hypocritical. You won't go to the church and spend time with God, but you sit at the game and you're anticipating to get out the game and see that more so.
okay, let me see if I can unpack it.
Having your own personal relationship with God. This is what I'm saying. You guys, it's just like it doesn't look attractive, but you want the power, you want the divine order of it, but you yourself are not submitted in that divine order.
Well, let me see if I can try to unpack it. Are you saying that people are witnessing deviation in the church and they're like, oh, I don't want to be a part of that. I'm gonna go ahead and hang with the secular people.
Yeah.
Not being aware or not making sound judgment that secular people are already also deviating too.
JR crazy, man.
Yeah, people go sit out there. You'll go. I mean, basically, you'll go over there because you'll feel more like, well, I'm not like what Frank was saying. It's less judgmental. It's less. You know what I'm saying? It's not so much.
There's no standards. You don't have to adhere to any standards outside of the church.
But I'm saying, like Sean was saying, those people that you're looking and expecting that from are doing just as bad and even worse.
Well then even the word you read says all have sinned. So nobody is absolved from sinning.
Okay, if all have sinned, I want to see everybody at church on Sunday and going more as they should go.
Okay,
you understand what I'm saying? If we're gonna
what's the reason that for those who don't go to church, what's the reason why you don't go?
Okay, those that don't go
at once.
Well, for me specifically, I like to learn and study on my own. I done put, I think about 15 years into attending church, and once I relocated down here, I never really found a church, and I decided to be able to study. Yeah,
right. Because that's my pastor is in Atlanta. Darius Daniels Change Church. He just opened up a campus in Decatur in
2 locations.
The Cab, yeah.
Also, I noticed a trend. I don't know when it happened, but it's the pastors are a slave to their message is contingent upon the offering and and keeping the audience happy.
It's very skewed.
Depending on who's filling the pews, they tailor the message around to appease who's feeling it, and it don't necessarily work out for men.
That's true, but that doesn't apply to all pastors. And if you're not out there going to try a pastor that doesn't have that, then that point is mute.
Well, every church I've been to is doing that.
Well, then go to another church. Let me share this. Why I say that, because I felt the same exact way. And it had to do specific to where I was going. I went to a church where that wasn't the case, and it changed my whole life. So if you haven't found it and you're sitting there talking about all of this stuff, you haven't looked that well.
Yeah, but I don't need it. It's not necessary for me in my life.
Okay, well then fine. So then in speaking the responsibility of living up to the way of the Lord, quote unquote, part of that is going to church.
No, show me a scripture said that you have to go to church.
The young
man.
That's
what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
First off, it does say that church is it. You are the church. We understand that. We are the church. So I'm not disputing that. But show me a scripture where it says, when I have a bad experience, I ain't supposed to go.
What?
Show me a scripture when it says, if I have a bad experience, I ain't supposed to go.
Come on.
No. But you got to knock that out of the
No. Stop trying to say. Don't try to get out.
Hold on, white school.
Stand down.
What he said kind of knocked it out when he said that there's nothing in the Bible that says that you're supposed to go to church. It's a period after that. That shit he said after that don't mean nothing.
Okay, so the point is that you're making reference to something that doesn't exist in the Bible, and I'm making a reference to something that doesn't exist in the Bible.
No. He Where
I
in
know
the
what he
Bible?
asked, and then I asked what I asked. It doesn't exist. Neither one of those things.
It makes no sense what you said, bro.
And it
That's
makes
all
no
I'm
sense.
saying.
Neither one of them exist
No,
in the
he
Bible.
asked it. Only thing
I
he
understand that. I understand that. It
So
doesn't
you
exist
said
in the
that it
Bible.
doesn't-
So I
right.
then said something that doesn't exist in the Bible. The point is they're both mute.
It's not mute, it's moot. But what I'm saying is this. If he's asking a question, because we're trying to get to a certain point, you don't have to go because you already stated, just like everybody else said, you are the church. You are the church. That's the whole point. We're the church. You don't have to go to a building to be the church. That other stuff that you said behind there, that was malarkey, bro. Come on.
That's why it says to study to show yourself approved, right? Because there are plenty of scriptures that tell you to fellowship. There are plenty of scriptures that tell you that. So to say that that's not in the Bible is false.
Fellowship doesn't mean going to church.
Exactly.
No, it sure doesn't. We fellowshipping right now.
Exactly.
Not really. But
We're not fellowshipping.
Not a kingdom based.
Come on, man.
The point I think that she was making, the point I think that she was making is exactly what is being done right now. You're not living up to the responsibility of being a man of God.
I'm here every Wednesday.
Hold on, man. What happened?
And that's all I'm saying. But the thing is, that's what I'm saying. You're so stuck in your role, and you can't see it when somebody brings it to you. And that's when you don't really have a covering. You yourself are your covering. So you the law. This is your law. I don't have to. I don't need to do this. So when a person that, like says like, well, I had a bad experience because a woman has to submit herself to a person like you, I'd rather not, because you don't have a covering yourself. But you say you're God fearing, but you have a limited, you're God believing. I won't say that you're God fearing, because if you were fearing, you wouldn't mind fellowshipping. It wouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't be an issue. I wouldn't make the excuse that all pastors are taking my money. I wouldn't make those excuses, because my love.
Nobody said anything like that. There was nobody that said anything about pastors taking money or anything. You're bringing up something that didn't exist.
Coach First said it plenty of times.
I ain't gonna give my money anyway because they don't give it. Hold on. Reason why I say that, because they don't give the money to the people.
I respect you guys, but
they don't believe half that shit they reading to the congregation anyway. Because again, the word is a law, and they skew that word. And
you're right, Coach Ferg. You're right. You're absolutely right, Coach Ferg. And the point that the ladies are making is neither do the men that they're following.
But listen, again, a lot of the brothers that run to the church, we see how they moving. We see how they moving. Mm-hmm. And what the church has done, it's done really replace.
When was the last time you've been to a church?
The last time I've been to a church was probably
at a funeral.
10 years ago.
Yeah.
10 years ago.
So
check this out.
You ain't tried.
And then listen. My grandfather was a pastor for 35 years. Hold on. The last time I went to church, a pastor put me out within the first 10 minutes of the church.
Why?
Yes, so
I came in with my son. I'll say this. This is where it changed for me. My son was barely walking. That's how long ago it was, right? Going to church. They singing the hymns as you coming in. I'm like getting, I'm taking time out of my Sunday. I'm new to an area. Let me find me a church home. I was in the church 5 minutes. I'll never forget. They sang 2 songs. Pastor got up and said, all right, now, if you're not a member, leave the church. I look around. It's about 90% females of all ages, about 8 brothers, and me. I'm probably number 9. I'm thinking like, okay, I'm trying to see what's up. Next thing I know, I turn around, he at the door. He doing me like this. Come on up out of here. I'm like, what the hell they got going on in this
all 4 fingers.
Then I tried again before, right? I tried a couple times. I'm like,
the same establishment or different?
No, different churches. Different churches. Because I gotta listen to the message in the word, right? And the message in the word was it's sort of like it's not identifying issues. It's umbrella and crazy. The enemy, your enemy, and it's pitting the women against the men in the church.
And I agree that there's a plethora of that happening within churches. I believe I agree with that. And like I said, the reason why I made reference is to go to other churches is because I had the same experiences you just described. And I went to a church specific in 1 week in 1 month where the first pastor actually made a old man, because he gave $1, he made the old man and embarrassed the old man, saying, "How you just gonna give me $1? This, that, and another." Turned me off entirely. I agree. I then followed up and went to a church, I'll say A.R. Bernard at CCC in Brooklyn, where he said, "Yo, it's our offering time, but I'm not asking you to give. If you want to give, you give. If you don't want to give, not a problem, because I'm not here for your money." And that just changed my whole perspective. So I understand that it exists. And his congregation, again, is very disciplined, about 60% men, which was also appealing because he came from the Nation of Islam before he came to Christ. And so he had that discipline that I was very clear and very receptive to. He had that discipline, that structure that I was very receptive to, but he believed and turned himself over to Christ. And he teaches very well to this day. You can look him up. Older man, older gentleman, older than all of us here, including Payne. But seriously, he changed my whole dynamic and outlook on that. And Pastor Darius Daniel, also a teaching pastor out there in Atlanta. I haven't been. I've been to his church once, so I don't know the offering scenario. But a very wise young man as well, who gives the word very willingly, openly, to where you can embrace it. A man's type of man, and that's what is missing in a lot of churches. I agree, but
So
it's not non-existent.
So Sean, just based off that, you mean tell me most men can't read the word for themselves and move accordingly in the word?
No, I'm saying that doesn't imply fellowship that we just spoke about.
But you
When you're doing
fellowship.
it by yourself, you're not fellowshipping in that way. And that's very important, that we need to do a little bit more often, and we don't practice it, and we sit there and lean on the fact that it's uncomfortable, all these bad experiences we had, this, that, and another, and we sound like women when we do it.
Man, we fellowshipping right now.
No.
Okay, and that's it's not spiritual fellowshipping. We are fellowshipping. Technically, we are fellowshipping because we're sitting here speaking and so on. We're speaking about the spirit, but we're not in the spirit right now.
How can you say that, man?
It's true.
How can I say it? Because I'm listening to our.
Yeah, it's bad because
My
if I
bishop
was
from
telling you stories,
from
that would be
Virginia
a
hosts
testimony.
a
You
Bible
would
study phone call conference every Tuesday. Y'all are free to join if y'all want to.
That's right.
He runs the
Fellowship.
church that I used to go to before I came to Atlanta, and he holds a Bible study class every Tuesday night at 7:30.
Okay.
And it may be like maybe 6 or 7 people meet in there. That does it for me. Aside from my own personal.
Well, all right.
studies
Let's start with a prayer. Heavenly Father, we come to you today to give you the praise and honor that you so rightfully deserve. We ask that you continue to guide us throughout all that we do. We ask that you bring us closer to you, and you allow us to be able to surrender to what it is that you do. We ask you also to forgive us for any sins we commit, knowingly or unknowingly. We ask you to guide us throughout all that we do. Allow us this fellowship that we're having right now to be one that is of your presence, one of your spirit, and one that guides us in the direction of where you need us to go. We thank you for this in advance, and we appreciate you. We love you, and we say this in our big brother Jesus Christ's blessed name. Amen.
Amen. Those were the final words.
Amen.
There you go.
Those were the final words. Again, like I always say, I just want men and women to be the highest level of themselves. The highest level of yourself is getting in touch, in contact with your creator. Your creator created everyone else around you, and two are better than one, right? That's what he says. So when you are reading for yourself, that's great. when you are, having your Bible study by yourself. That's great. I love the Bible app because people will invite me to do reading plans with them, right? And it keeps me accountable. And it's like, okay, somebody cares about me enough to want me to be my better self. So they invite me to do these reading plans, and I invite other people to do reading plans too. But when I get the invite, it's almost like, oh wow, like thank you. Like I need to be on my, on forgiveness or whatever the Bible reading plan is. But you in top-notch shape. Like we're all imperfect. We're all gonna fall short. I had someone, I was working and we were out on the road, and he was like, I know that you're grounded in your faith. How do you do that? You want people to actually come to you and ask you those questions. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to usher people to God, because that's what he wants us to do. Two are better than one. When I fall, you're there to help me get up, and vice versa. So that's what fellowshipping is for. That's the purpose of it. It's for us to be in unity with one another. Because if we're in unity with one another, then we can get other people to be in unity with us, and hopefully change some things around the earth, right? But it's not going to happen when you have an attitude of, well, why I need to do that? Because guess what? When your wife comes to you with the why I need to do that attitude, you're going to say, so we can be one. So you're under my covering, so we can, do this thing together. It's the same thing with God. God loves you. He's not going to force you. That's one thing I love about God. He's not going to force you. He's not a God that's going to badger you over the head with the love that he has for you. He's going to wait for you to willingly come. And a lot of people wait till they get down on their knees, and the only thing the only person that they can call on is God. They can't call on their mom. They can't call on their daddy. They can't call on their brother, their sister, their cousin, their auntie, and their uncle. The only person is there is God. And that's how a lot of people develop their relationship with God. And ain't nothing wrong with that either. Nothing is wrong with that either. There is no right time to do it. It's when you are good and ready, and he will accept you with open arms. He ain't even going to say, what took you so long? Because he know you already. That's the crazy part. You better than you know yourself. Right. And so there is no shame. There is no judgment that you should feel surrounding God at all whatsoever. So I'm glad that we had this live. It's late. It's about to be 2:30, y'all. I gotta be up at 6 a.m. Eastern. Okay. I'm glad that we had this live. It went all different types of directions. We had some people on the panel I have never seen before. Terry, I don't know who that is. I'm not sure how he found out about the YouTube channel, but
he comes on your channel a lot.
On my channel?
Yeah.
On the
panel? BMU? No, not on the panel, but he's in the chat.
Oh.
He's in the chat.
I don't remember seeing that name before, but I appreciate him for coming on the panel. Sean left. I appreciate Sean for being here. Who else was here that left? Everybody else is still sticking around. So JR, I appreciate you for coming on the panel. Darwin, thank you so much for coming on the panel.
Thank you for having me.
Salute to y'all, man. Most definitely.
But yeah, this daily walk with God is not easy. It is full of discipline. None of us are perfect. All of us have room to grow. And the one thing I told my friend or my coworker who asked me about God and how I, continue to have my faith. My dad is a deacon, and back in the day, they used to have these little booklets called Daily Bread, right? He was talking about how he used to be, I think, a Catholic. I think he said he was a Catholic, and how, things had to run a certain way, and, you were damned if you did one thing, and all these rules and things of that nature. But he said that the Lord's Prayer was one of their biggest prayers, right? And I said, well, in the Lord's Prayer, it says, give us this day our daily bread, right? Which means that I can't worry about tomorrow today, because today got its own issues. Today has its own, I have my own decisions to make today. and that doesn't mean don't plan for the future, but it means that a lot of your trust has to be in God. He gives you daily bread. He doesn't, the birds don't worry about where they're going to eat, what they're going to eat. But we worry about so many things down here on earth. So daily, it's a daily walk. And if you don't get it right today, pray you get it right tomorrow. I pray you get it right tomorrow. But thank you guys for being here. Join us next week. We never know what's going to come out of these things. Take the fellowship.
Absolutely.
But don't only fellowship with me because I'm not your creator. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want you to be your highest self. I want you to exceed and excel. But I'm not your creator. So don't only fellowship with me, okay? Find somewhere where you can fellowship that's going to feed your soul, that is going to allow you to live for eternity, because our earthly time is going to be up at some point. But again, we want to meet God at the gates. Okay.
Well, stay away from RP. Stay away from RP. Stay away from JT and the line leader, Coach Bird.
Yeah.
They just need a little bit.
They're gonna change after today.
They need a little bit more love. That's okay. Just the same.
We're gonna change.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what y'all talking about because I already got my ticket. You know what I'm saying?
You already dipped his toes in the water. What you talking about?
Hey, stay away from those guys. That's all I gotta say about that.
Right.
Hey, stay away from Darwin too. I see you on Lapeef. I see you on Lapeef all the time, man. Look, I see you on Lapeef all the time. I've been a long time Lapeef watcher, Doug's. I've been watching you for a good minute, man. Pause. Stay away from Lapeef too. Man. I mean, he be quiet. Lapeef be quiet. I'm telling you, he be quiet. He do his moderating thing. Stay away from the quiet ones too. All right, so that's just what that is.
That's because.
Matter of fact, stay away from the Wife School podcast. Stay away from the Wife School. I ain't said nothing in a while. Stay away from the Wife School podcast because she's the line leader. She's the line leader for the women. Her and Joy Taylor.
Frank, you said because you got your Cash App link to the church. you got your debit card linked to the church.
It's my Zelle, so watch your mouth.
All right, y'all, man.
All right. Good night.
Respect.